Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an airline pilot, and welcome to yet another live stream in the Phoenix A321. Man, this thing just released exactly on time over here for me having a good row of off days, so I'm really happy I can do yet another live stream for you. So, this time we are currently standing in Dubrovnik. We are going to fly over to Vienna and then from there on to Warsaw and probably back to Vienna as well. In Vienna it is air traffic controller training night today, so we do expect some ATC in training. We'll try to help them as good as possible, but it's training, so keep that in mind, okay? Alright, and with that I'd say let's go ahead and board our A321 and then we are going to start setting up over here. So we do have the analog standby instruments in this one. In the real world, Austrian only has A321s that have EIS-1 installed, so the old displays and stuff. I was really looking for a mod for those displays for the 21 for the Austrian livery, but unfortunately couldn't find any yet. But I'm positive that in the future Hughes by Horizon is gonna make one, so I'm really hoping for it at least. Okay, all that good stuff out of the way, I suppose we are going to import our flight plan into the EFB over here, as we have already prepared it up on VATSIM. And what's that? Flight control left side stick fault. Oh wow. We start very well over here. I tell you what, we're gonna cancel that one away. The stick does work, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Very optimal start into the system over here. Okay, so, Bootwin, how about we use Beyond ATC for this flight? Honestly, I prefer not to. I've used it a little bit, but I kind of prefer to fly in VATSIM here, especially if we can find sectors where we do have ATC available, like we will probably have today. Now, let's go ahead and look into the flight plan. We can import the flight plan over here. It was a very good suggestion on the last stream that the Lido format works. It seems to be related to the OFP layout, whether you can import it or not. So that's something that hopefully can be fixed quickly, but rest assured I did write a couple support tickets to Phoenix over the last couple of days, so I am positive that they are going to do a couple of very good updates for the future. Now, all that good stuff out of the way, I suggest that we are going to start. So, looking into Vienna, Cargo Cape, very good weather, alternate grads, same thing. Tomorrow there's gonna be some thunderstorms over there, so, well, that's early in the morning. I was kinda, we'll see about it. Anyway, the weather itself looks very good, so looking into the flight plan, they want us to take 6,201 kilos. I'd say since we are running our APU over here, it's 32 degrees outside. You can see the previous crew left the aircraft with the flaps extended due to that. So since we are running the APU, we load up a tiny bit more fuel, make that 6.4, and then we should be good to go. So let's go to the mass and balance, plant fuel, and give us 6,400 kilograms of fuel down here. Apply load, and we can use GSX to load it up. 200 passengers, that's a full load for the Austrian aircraft. Okay, all that good stuff out of the way, let's go ahead and start with our flight deck inspection. So we're just taking the aircraft over from another crew. That means we gotta do the full stuff over here. So those are off, norm, you should be in auto, you should be in calibrated. For some reason it looks like all the Phoenix flight crew don't really know how to park their aircraft, but nothing to worry about here. Okay, we gotta do a realignment of the IRS since it is a new crew currently taking over. And I will make it a full realignment, so just give it a little bit of time here to actually shut down all the way. Alright, while that's in progress, we can go ahead and start initializing our ACARs down here. We'll do the first flight from the captain's seat, the second from the first officer's, and then the third probably from the captain's seat one more time. Alright, initialize data request. Here we go, and we have an A321-200 CFM engines this time, no IAEs but CFMs, and we do have the active nav database. Alright, initialize flight request, and then we can turn our IRSs back into nav. Beautiful. So that stuff now being out of the way, let's go ahead and set our lights as we need them. For now it's bright and daylight, so let's go ahead and turn them all off, even though the sun is probably going to set on the second sector today. But we'll try to make the best out of it. Okay. So then we can go into our electronic flight back and do our preliminary takeoff calculations. If you look at the weather down here in Dubrovnik, that's most definitely going to be runway 29 in use. And we'll take everything optimum, synchronize the preliminary load sheet and the weather, and we are definitely going to calculate the full length takeoff over here, which gives us flaps 2 and wow, some rather hefty takeoff speeds. Just for a quick check here, if we do take an intersection, where do we end up? Yeah, if you look at that flex temperature, we want to take the full length over here so that we can reduce our engine load a little bit further. It's a rather old aircraft that we are flying today, and definitely don't want to overstress it. A320 SimPilot Superfan, hi, nice to see you again. Third stream in a row, very nice. What's the strangest reasons for delay I've ever had? On a flight to Palma de Mallorca, I've had a group of passengers on board, maybe around about 20-25 years old, and they brought their ghetto blaster with them. And for those of you who don't speak German and are not familiar with that word, I'm not referring to any kind of machine gun, I am referring to some rather loud stereo. And we pushed back, the cabin crew started the safety demo. What did they do? They turned up some party music all the way. Nobody could listen to the safety demo. We told them a few times, would you please be so kind and turn that music off in the aircraft? No, they wouldn't. Guess what? They could swim to Mallorca. At least we surely didn't take them. That was at my old airline though. At my new airline we'd probably have tried to accommodate them somehow. So if anyone asks me whether I do miss some stuff, yeah. In the new airline, which is a proper airline, you need to treat passengers with respect. Contrary to, you know, my old airline. Okay, so the EFB is now... The EFB is now all the way set up. So, William, why are you departing from Dubrovnik today? Is it a good scenery? Oh, you bet it is. Have a look over here. That's Dubrovnik from Indie Builds, and in my opinion, it's a really, really well done scenery. Also, it's just a very scenic area overall. I do really like flying here. I would have liked to fly down here as well, but I promised someone that when I find ATC online in Poland, I would do a flight to Warsaw. And today we have ATC online in Poland, so I'm gonna keep that promise. And then I had to accommodate for the flight, and so it became Dubrovnik. Okay, so, that stuff's done. Let's go ahead and do our last inspections here. Oxygen quantity is looking good, hydraulic quantity is good, engine oil quantity is good. Flap lever is in position 1 and in agreement 1 plus F. Speed brake lever down, and we can test our alternate brake system over here. Looking good. And parking brake is set again. Beautiful, so that's all our setup completed. Let's go ahead and do our flight deck inspection. So the oxygen is already turned on, the voice recorder was left off. That's what I meant when I said last time that flight crew have that certain tendency to leave the aircraft in a complete mess when they get off. It's just, you know, run off, your duty is over. But come on, leave the aircraft in a good shape, won't you? Okay, nonetheless, that's the reason we do the full inspection over here. We just want to be completely on the safe side that everything is set the way we need it for our flight. Alrighty, so, Simon Taylor, hi! Don't usually get to catch you live, just wanted to say how much I enjoy your content. Thank you very much, Taylor, thank you! Or Simon, I should probably say. And Tom0172, how many flight hours do you have in Microsoft Flight Simulator? I honestly don't know, but it's gotta be 4 digits. But I honestly don't know. Okay, so Austrian 732. Corsair X30, flight level 360. And we're going towards Mados, so let's select departure, 29. And we have Mados 5 Delta up here. Beautiful. Well, before we do that, we better insert our arrival as well. And we're planned for the ILS approach runway 34 today, and coming in via the Obuti 2 Whiskey arrival. So let's find that down here. Here we go, Obuti 2 Whiskey, and that one ends at Ballard. So we'll take the Ballard transition, Ballard for November. Alright, insert that, then secondary, copy active. Now, once again, let's go ahead and grab our engine out routing. This is the kind of flight that, or the kind of airport that, even though I do like it very much, I'm not flying here very often, so let's go ahead and grab the engine out routing from the Blackbox 711 website. Again, really one of my favorite streamers, so here we go. Okay, we'll take the web app and departing LDDU. Let's search for that. Runway 29 at 60 meters Delta Bravo Kilo, left turn track 140 to proceed on radial 185 to 15 miles and hold. Okay, so now is the big question. How can we design that in our flight plan? I think I do have an idea there. And Lucas 777, can you fly to Ljubljana one day? It's a really nice scenery. I do agree it is. We'll have to think about it, honestly. There's so many awesome sceneries that I really want to fly to. Sebastian Neubauer, would I recommend to buy the A319? Yeah, definitely. Nathan, do I know how many different airports I've been in my career? Oh yeah, a couple. Definitely a couple. And a couple more even. Maybe 100 or so. In real life, of course. Okay, so let's go ahead and design that engine out routing here. Dubrovnik 29 slash. Well, actually, it's supposed to be from the VOR. So Delta Bravo Kilo slash runway track is 294 slash how many miles? 6 miles. Okay, let's insert that over here. Okay, then a left turn, track 140, proceed on radial 185 to 15 miles and hold. Okay, so let's see if it actually takes the place bearing point. I do seem to believe there were some issues with that, but let's give it a try. So PBD01 dash 140 slash DBK-185. I think it should work that way. Yeah, it does. Wonderful. Okay, and then finally proceed on radial 185 to 16 miles and hold. Sorry, to 15 miles and hold. So like this. Okay. And then we're going to enter the holding up here, and that's going to be a 185 inbound. Here we go. Okay. Let's have a look at how that actually looks like. Yeah, I think that's more or less it. Gotta make this an overfly point, it seems. So overfly this, left turn here, and then on the radial outbound. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay, beautiful. And then we can go ahead and set up an immediate return here, which is going to bring us back towards Dubrovnik. Okay, and the arrival, well, is going to be Arnav approach runway 29. Okay, beautiful. I'm gonna keep the fix page empty here because, let's face it, this is a little bit of a complicated procedure, and it might just be a bit confusing if we didn't, you know, if we didn't completely fly it the right way, so I'm just gonna keep it in the FMS and that's it. Let's take the weight from the preliminary load sheet here. Zero fuel weight 70.1. Wow, after flying the A319 yesterday, that is definitely one heck of a zero fuel weight. Okay, and that's 29.7 on the CG. So, portable water 100, fuel in tank 6.4, sounds good to me. Beautiful. So we're going to take it that way. And 737 Aviator short. Am I going to fly the iFly 737 MAX when it comes out? Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay then, going into the numbers, we've got 0.3, 1.5, 1.3. So 0.3, 1.5, and 1.3. By the way, something I really don't understand on the IndyBuilds Airbus is why the final reserve fuel is always 1,000 kilos equals 30 minutes, regardless of the weight and regardless of the aircraft type. Even on the 319, it's the same as on the 321. It doesn't really seem to make sense to me. But nonetheless, we override this with the values from our flight planning anyway, so that way we don't have to worry here. Okay, last but not least, let's insert our takeoff data. So it's going to be flaps 2 and 50 degrees flex temperature. That's not a lot of a derate if you take into account that it is 32 degrees outside. So we are running rather close to the performance limit here. Speeds 576060. Rather high speeds, that might become an issue later on in case I reject the takeoff, but we'll talk about that during the briefing, so don't worry about it now. Okay, so that good stuff is inserted. Last but not least, we are doing noise abatement procedure number 2 here. So acceleration looks good, engine out acceleration as well. Okay then, let's go ahead and compare our departure. So we are going out from runway 29 over here, so it's basically straight to Kolochap above 3,800. Actually, wait a moment. It's not, huh? Do they want us to go... What do they want us to do? Okay, Mardos, 5 Delta. Oh, Mardos is right over here, over the field. Okay, I kind of thought we were going that direction. Okay, so straight at 5 DME, left turn 166 until passing radial 227 from Dubrovnik. So that's 5 DME, left turn, radial 227, and then a left turn back inbound, cross 4 DME above 6,500, and then via Dubrovnik VOR towards Mardos above level 105. Let's make sure we have the constraints active here, to be sure that actually everything is inserted, but this looks rather good. And just to be sure that we can comply with all of those, Mardos flat level 133 is okay, and the inbound waypoint flat level 107, that is okay as well. Now, Eleku plays, can I fly to Helsinki at some time? I think I did already, but if the opportunity comes up, we can definitely do it again, yeah? Okay, so our FMS is set up, our fueling is also complete. Now, just one thing while we're standing here with these high temperatures and the flaps extended in the 1+F position. Let's go ahead and do the walk around, because I really want you guys to see what it looks like with the flaps extended, because that's something that I really find incredibly impressive whenever I get to do this. So let's go ahead and start our walk around over here. You guys already know what we're doing, so the AOA vanes are okay, static port okay, avionics equipment vent looking good. Down here everything is in good order, and even the parking brake light works. I'm impressed. Okay, pitot probe's looking good, tap probe okay, icing probe okay. Look at that, they're closing up already. Beautiful, so we will be good to go once we get back on board. So, getting down here, air inlet's okay, beacon is undamaged, and now comes the part that I find so impressive. That's the huge size of the slats and flaps as we're about to walk along the wing here. Of course, we don't neglect the engine, but have a look at this. This really shows us how large those devices actually are. Likewise, if we are walking underneath the trailing edge over here, if you just look at this, wow. And Phoenix actually put quite a level of detail into the modeling, didn't they? I like it. I do really like it. Look at that. That's the double slotted flaps over here, by the way, that you can see. Okay, so up to the front part, everything looking good. And then we can walk along the back. Outflow valve, leading edges, APU, no fluids dripping, no scratch marks over tail strike. The light is working up here. And then on to the back again and back up forward. Okay, so getting to the other wing. Once again, we check the landing gear, check for fluids, check for damages, check for birds or anything that looks out of the ordinary. And then once again, let's walk along that wing and just admire the looks. Or you guys admire the looks while I am checking for anything we need to check for over here. I really find the walk around with the flaps extended worth it. Now we gotta try that with the flaps in the full position afterwards, do we? But okay, for now our aircraft is in a good shape, so let's go back into the flight deck and then we can start with our departure briefing, please. So first officer, that one is going to be for you. Okay, Dubrovnik runway 29 made us departure. Initial climb is flight level 80, and we should probably set that. Just as per the last couple of days, I am using my mini FCU for setting that, but anything I set on the autopilot, according to Airbus SOP, I will make a call out. Alright, so MSA wise, we are fine over the water, but once we are gone from there flying over the terrain, it's 8,400 feet for the MSA. Extra fuel, we did not load any. So I don't have hotspots, the taxi is fairly straightforward, stop margin for rejected takeoff is very little. Engine outset, straight ahead to 6 DME, left turn heading 140, and then intercept radial 185 outbound till 15 DME, pick up the hold. And that stuff looks so incredibly good that I am going to show you on the secondary flight plan here as well. So straight ahead over here, left turn, and then on the radial 185 outbound, pick up the hold over there. Now, in case we need to return, we have the visual approach to runway 29 available. I did program the on-off approach, but we can always fly the visual. The weather is good enough, and I really don't like doing on-offs over here because of the close proximity to the terrain. So we might as well just rely on what we see outside the window. I don't have anything special or anything non-standard today, and threats, definitely the terrain, huh? So if we look at this, some huge mountains which we're going to fly over. So terrain is a threat for our departure. How are we going to mitigate against that? Well, we have good visibility conditions. Nonetheless, I am going to turn the terrain display on my side for our departure. Any questions? No? Beautiful. Then let's do the cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 6,380 kilogram balanced. Seatbelts on. Can see that up here on the eCam. Okay, ADIRS, nav, bow ref, QNH 1011. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, so all that good stuff done. Let's go ahead and prepare for our departure. First of all though, liebe Gäste, einen schönen guten Abend aus dem Cockpit. Hier spricht Ihr Kapitän. Mein Name ist Emanuel. Im Namen der Austrian darf ich Sie ganz herzlich an Bord von Flug 732 nach Wien willkommen heißen. Flugzeit heute circa eine Stunde in einer Reiseflughöhe von 36.000 Fuß. Wir bedanken uns, dass Sie heute unsere Gäste sind. Lehnen Sie sich zurück, genießen Sie den Flug mit uns und wenn es etwas für Sie gibt, damit wir Ihnen den schöner gestalten können, zögern Sie bitte nicht, sich an unsere Flugbegleiter zu wenden. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emanuel. In the name of Austrian, welcome aboard flight 732 on our way to Vienna. Flight time today about 1 hour, and we expect a smooth flight at a cruising altitude of 36,000 feet. Thank you for being our guests today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us. And if there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our cabin crew. Thank you very much for your attention, and once again, welcome on board. Alright, so the passengers are dealt with. Then let's see. We can close up. Park and brake is set. They can start to connect all the ground equipment, please. Then let's see if we have the final load sheet. Yes, we do, and that's in compliance. So, zero fuel weight, 70.2 / 29.7. Okay, block fuel 6.4, that's okay, and that's a takeoff weight of 76.4, which we have in here, 200 passengers, 4 infants. Accept, and the takeoff weight has pretty much been calculated for that already, so takeoff CG 30.6, so that's around about here, so looking at a trim of down 0.6 roughly. Something like that. Okay, beautiful. So we're good to go. There is no ATC online at the moment, so we'll have to go to Honeycomb over here for that departure. And Peyton Herrick, how big is my airline's fleet? I'm not going to answer to that because it would give away which airline I fly for. So my apologies for ignoring that question. WS787 was asked earlier, why are the flaps extended? That's because in temperatures of 30 degrees centigrade or more, Airbus wants you to keep them in the one position to help with the cooling. Okay, well then let's go ahead and get set up. So ground from flight deck, go ahead. Please confirm all doors and hatches closed, ground equipment removed and bypass pin is installed. That's all confirmed. Roger, stand by for pushback. Before start checklist, park and brake, set, takeoff speeds and thrust, V1 157, VR 160, V2 160, flex 50, windows closed, and the bacon is on and tasty. Before start checklist complete. Dubrovnik traffic, Austrian 732, pushing back stand 11. Okay, there's nobody behind us. Beautiful. Then let's go for our pushback. Runway 29, so that's pushback facing left, isn't it? Okay. So ground flight, pushback is approved, facing east, park and brake released. Clear to push, stand by for engines. Standing by. I really do have to say, the scenery looks pretty awesome, doesn't it? I mean, it's indie builds, of course it does look good. If there's one thing they do well, it's sceneries, isn't it? The aircraft are good as well, don't get me wrong on that one, but the sceneries are really excellent if you ask me. Didn't I say left? This is the wrong direction. I told it to do a left pushback, didn't I? Well, engine start. Starting engine 2. Okay, engine 2 start. And Peyton, which aircraft was easier to learn, the Boeing 737 or the Airbus A330? Definitely the Airbus. The Airbus was much easier. And Jack the Afjeek, time to backtrack the runway. Yep, I guess so. Oh, Starlock, that's a very good point there. GSX profile is wrong, had the same issue. Huh. So the GSX profile has confused the two sides. Interesting. Okay, engine 1 start. And yeah, then I suppose we're just going to do a backtrack. So, engine 1 start, and the push is complete. Please set park and brake. Brake set. Okay, ground flag, we have 2 good starts. Clear to disconnect. Show me the sign on the left, please, and have a wonderful day. Bye now. It's a rather easy airport, but let's get the moving map up anyway, shall we? And at that point the simulator hangs, but come on, load the new charts. Almost there. Oh, interesting. Don't they have a moving map for Dubrovnik? Oh, here it is. Okay. Just took a little bit longer to load. But that's fine. Okay, so we have 2 good starts. The tuck is getting removed over there. Trim about 0.6 down, wasn't it? Yeah, something about here. Pretty hot outside. I'm gonna keep both packs on. And there's the ramp agent holding a pin in the hands. Excellent. Okay, after start checklist. Anti-ice. Off, ecom status, checked, pitch trim. 30.6%, rudder trim, neutral, after start checklist complete. Okay, I can't see anybody here. Let's just turn the TCAS on to verify that there is indeed nobody on the approach anywhere at the moment. But this is looking very good. Well, in that case, Dubrovnik traffic, Austrian 732, backtracking to holding point runway 29er. Okay. Brake check. Pressure 0. Trying to reduce the amount of thrust I need in order to move the aircraft out of the gate area here, but looks like we do need a little bit more. Definitely no more than 40% though. And we can definitely feel the temperatures and the heavy weight over here. Look at that, 36% N1, and we just about get moving. Okay, so we're clear on the left side and clear on the right side. I do have to say, I'm quite impressed. Exchanging left and right in a GSX profile is really next level trolling, isn't it? That's impressive. That troll who created that profile most certainly has my respect. Okay, flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral. Full left, full right, neutral. Rudder, full left, full right, neutral. No changes to the takeoff briefing. Okay, and the weather radar is observed working, then onto the terrain display. Now Wasim, any tips to get into the cockpit in real life after landing? Yeah, ask the flight attendants as early as possible. And Nathan, I guess these mix-ups happen in real life as well, right? Not really. I haven't had any. Madcat 1381, what is the maximum taxi speed on the runway? It's 50 knots, 50. Okay, cabin is ready, and I am just going to reset that call down here. If they don't want to learn that they don't have to call us, then we're gonna teach them the hard way. That's exactly what you do in aviation, isn't it? Okay, taxi checklist please. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, conv 2. Radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto. Engine mode selector. Norm, ecam memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Lineup checklist. Takeoff runway. 29er, full length. TCAS, TARA, PAX 1 and 2, off. Lineup checklist complete. It's impressive what kind of a tight turn the 321 can make, isn't it? We literally turned it on exactly one half the runway. Okay, are you guys ready? Then, off we go. Dubrovnik, Austrian 732, taking off runway 29er.
Schönen Flug.
Set takeoff thrust. Man flex 50, SAS, A thrust blue. Thrust set. Knots, checked. Yep, a little bit of wind here. V1, rotate. Positive climb, gear up. Nav, checked. If anyone is wondering why I like the area so much, just look at this. The ILS on the opposite side is really beautiful as well. Especially when you can let the autopilot fly it while you're having a look outside and just enjoying this, huh? First climb, climb, auto thrust. Flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. So at 5 miles we start the left-hand turn. Another 0.7 miles to go. That's already turn on pack 2, otherwise the bus is gonna scream at us. Okay, 5 miles, here we are. So, left turn heading 166. Flap 0, speed checked. Flaps 0. By the way, you make that flap 0 call by looking at the number 0 in blue on the ECAM. That confirms that the system has registered the input from the lever. Always keep in mind, there could always be a fault in the mechanics or in the contacts, since it's all electrical here. But as soon as you see the blue 0 on here, you can call that out as a response that the system has understood it, and if anything happens that prevents the flaps from moving there, you are going to get an ECAM warning anyway. Autopilot 1. So if anyone asked me why we are flying from Dubrovnik, like you guys did earlier, Here's your answer. This is just wonderful, isn't it? Our Beluga XL captain, have I ever flown to Dubrovnik in real life? No, unfortunately not. And one flying marshmallow, why wouldn't I say which airline I fly for? Two reasons. Number one, I'm not a spokesperson for the airline. Number two, let's just take a fictional situation here. Let's assume I would fly for American Airlines. In the meantime, by the way, 36,000 blue. Let's assume I would fly for American Airlines. If that became known, and then anything would happen in American, let's say an Airbus would crash, and a journalist would start to try and dig into if it might have been a pilot mistake, then if he sees that I'm an American airline pilot, he's going to go through every single one of my video, probably get himself some help from some unqualified person to point out every single one mistake I make in any of my videos, and then they would release an article entitled something like American Airlines pilot on YouTube shows that he's incompetent. And that's exactly the situation you want to avoid. I fly the A330, I share the knowledge that I gained flying that aircraft, but which airline I fly for, well, doesn't really matter to the content I produce, does it? So for that reason, I don't see that information as important enough that I would go for the danger of anything like that happening. And on top of that, there is also a rule in my airline's operations manuals that if you publicly identify as an employee of the airline on your social media, then your entire social media must meet the airline's regulations. And for example, one regulation is that you're not allowed to film primary flight display and navigation display. Another regulation is that you're not allowed to talk about any kind of accident or incident. And this is obviously stuff that I do on this channel. For that reason, I couldn't identify as an employee of the airline, even if I wanted to, because then I would have to significantly restrict the content I produce. Okay, set standard. Standard cross-check, passing flight level 110 now. Oh, what's it doing now? That's an interesting piece of route. Break 2, delta point, insert. Right, that's looking better, isn't it? Okay, let's release our passengers. We might get a little bit of light turbulence there over the mountains, but I don't think it's gonna be too bad. Okay then, clear and copy. There's nothing in the fixed page anyway, nothing in the RATNAV. Copy active. And then flight level 360 cruise, optimum 350, maximum 368, so that's looking pretty good. Wonderful. So here's the airport one more time. And then I'd say Servus Wien. And Felipe Pacheco, your position about not saying your airline is absolutely right. I work with flight safety as an investigator and couldn't agree any more with you. Absolutely, you know what you're talking about there. And Felipe, by the way, I'm waiting for your flight in Brazil, operating the 319 from SBSP to SBRJ and landing in runway 02. Yeah, probably. Now, Mr. Doctor, am I allowed to talk about my former airline? Well, I don't work there anymore, so I'm not bound to their operations manual anymore. Of course, I can't share any secrets there. Like, well, stuff that's meant for internal use. I can't share the operations manuals, of course. But sure thing, I can talk about it, yes. And Felipe, congrats for your content. The best MSFS channel on YouTube. Thank you very much, Felipe. Much appreciated. And Emerald, you have to fly to Sarajevo in MSFS. Croatia 319 from Zagreb. I'll think about it. Now, Tom0172, what does the white arrow indicate on the nav display? So, that white arrow, for everyone to be able to follow along. Actually, not visible right now. Oh, there it is. So that's your top of descent down there. That's the top of descent. So, Vazim, the 1 million question. Can a flight sim land a real plane safely? Only if he commands an auto land. I think any flight simmer who really appreciates the hobby and digs into it will be able to command an automatic landing in a real-life aircraft. And I think you would be able to get it down that way. But there are rather significant differences between real aircraft and simulated aircraft. What kind of differences do I mean with that? For example, the Boeing 737 has a couple of differently working modes, and depending on the approach that's entered by the crew, you might have to change that in order to be able to do an auto land. Let's say, for example, that the crew entered a localizer only approach, but you wanted to do an automatic landing. If you didn't override that localizer only, then the plane is not going to be able to do it, because the glide slope signal is going to be inhibited. In terms of manually landing a real aircraft, though, I think there's a couple of problems involved with that. So, where do we start? First of all, flying in real life feels different than flying in the sim. And aircraft in real life behave different. Turbulence behaves in a certain way, which unfortunately the simulator does not get right. There is always turbulence in the real world. On every single one approach, you will not be able to just fly it straight. You always need to do control inputs, even in wind calm, good weather conditions. And that's stuff that the simulator cannot replicate correctly. Not even the full flight simulator replicates that correctly, by the way. So, if you are put into an aircraft without any preparation for it, and with that I mean without having taken actual flight lessons, if you're put into that aircraft, all this different behavior is completely going to overwhelm you. And with that you will lose control. That's what I expect in 99% of the cases to happen. Well, that's that. And I mean, hey, we have to acknowledge that pilots earn their money for something, right? If anybody who's got the money for a good computer, for some add-ons, and a lot of patience to learn them properly, would be able to fly an airplane, that would have rather negative impact on our salary, don't you think? Now, Philip Ola, in real life, am I a captain or a first officer? On the A330, I'm a first officer now. And Antonio, hi Amy, would it be possible to do some Aussie A320 or 21 ops sometime in the future? A flight from Sydney to Hamilton Island would be a joy to watch. I'll think about it. I do have to admit, I'm currently pretty happy that I'm able to do a lot of flying in the German, Switzerland and Austrian area, because this is just where I come from. I'm a German after all. And being able to do, let's call it my home kind of operations, it's just something that I feel pretty happy with at the moment. So flying Lufthansa, Eurowings, Austrian, Swiss. I'm pretty happy that I can realistically do that with exactly the aircraft type that I need to have and all that good stuff. With a 777, for example, there is no German airline currently operating a 777-300ER, only the freighter. So I had to do a lot of flying abroad. For that reason, I'm just so happy that I can do a little bit of, let's call it what I've grown up with at the moment. And Frotty1230, hi Manuel, will you play the Düsseldorf Monday later this evening? No, not today. Our next sector is going to lead us to Warsaw. I promised somebody that I would do a flight to Warsaw when there is ATC online, and they have ATC booked for the evening, so we are going to go there. And Jake the Afjeek, what's my next stop in my career? There's a few possibilities, but most likely it's going to be captain on the A320. So in my current airline, the time to get upgraded to captain once again is somewhere in the region about, I expect 4 years, maybe 5, maybe 3, you never know. And the career progression in my current airline is you start as first officer A320 when you come right out of the flight school. Then you can upgrade to first officer A330, then senior first officer A330, and after that, captain A320. The background why they transfer you back onto the A320 when you do the captain's upgrade is not because the 330 would be more difficult to fly or anything. Any pilot in those cockpits, once they have, you know, that first couple month experience, would be able to fly the airplane on their own. That's not the deal. But gathering experience, flying many sectors, that is the deal. That's why they put you back on the A320 when you do the upgrade. And then after that, you can come back as captain on the A330. So that's the typical career progression. But of course, you know, if some other interesting opportunity comes up, I might take that. Like, let's say if Lufthansa were to hire direct entry first officers for a fast track upgrade, I would certainly go for that. But I'm pretty happy in my current airline, so unless something like really, really good comes along, I don't see why I would change. Now, Björn Jonsson, what do I think will be the new PMDG secret project? Well, my personal guess tends to go to the Dreamlifter. But I'm hoping for the 777X. It's just that if they do the 747 at all, doing one more version would be logical, wouldn't it? While doing the 777X would be quite a different aircraft from the current Boeing 777. So that's just guessing though. I don't have any insights there yet. I'm testing their software and advising them on the development, but only once development has actually started. Prior to that, they don't tell me what's next. Would be too easy, wouldn't it? And Rich Corrali, do I think the iFlight 737 MAX will be high fidelity? Somewhat. I don't think it will be Phoenix or PMDG level, but it won't be default level either. It will be somewhere in between the INI builds, Airbus, and the Phoenix Airbus, I'd say. Somewhere in between. But definitely below PMDG or Phoenix. And Mr. Doctor, have I ever had a passenger trying to get into the cockpit mid-flight? Well, I've had a couple kids who asked kindly in flight, but unfortunately we had to explain them that it's not possible, and invited them after landing then. Now, Jose, what has been my favorite city or airport to fly to outside of Europe? Good question. I don't think I have one favorite. Like, I definitely like Punta Cana. But La Romana is very nice for the visual approaches you can do there. If you come in over Saona Island and then do the visual on a right-hand pattern, going over the harbor, going over the city, beautiful. And Electrox Soldier, have I been to San Francisco? Yeah, I have. Not actively as a pilot though. Well, on a layover, but I just hopped onto another aircraft on a 3-day layover and went over. 1 day San Francisco, 1 day Los Angeles, and then back. And Santi, how can we see ATC bookings on VATSIM? Well, currently I'm using the website statsim.net/ATC. Let me put that one into the comments down here. So that's the one I'm using down there. And Caesar, still waiting on that flight to Punta Cana. Absolutely. We are gonna do it one day. I promise that much. And Kai Bost, have I already had to divert in the A330? No, luckily not. There's been a few flights that have been pretty close in terms of fuel, because sometimes it's really hard to get out of certain airports. Las Vegas is one that's always performance limited due to the high temperatures. When I flew back from FS Expo, 43 degrees centigrade. We just got the airplane out, but really just got it out. And Terrain Ahead, I just read on Instagram that VATSIM are doing auto ATC trials in the USA. I haven't checked that actually, to be honest. And guys, if I answer too many questions about the destinations I fly to, that kind of would give the airline away, wouldn't it? So, I apologize for not being able to do that right now. And Tom0172, in regards to the white triangles, okay. Right now they vanish from view, but you probably mean these over here, do you? That's the raw data indication for the VOR station that's tuned down here. So that's our VOR1 and VOR2, and since they're both tuned to the same station, that's where they're pointing. So, top of descent coming into view at the top already. A quick check of our estimated time of arrival here, 16:45. Oh, it's looking quite good. And likewise, if I answer too many questions about the other types of aircraft my airline operates, or whether it's the NEO or the CO, that all would give the airline away. So my airline operates the A320 family and the A330. That's what I can say right here. And Georgie, hello, was the transition from the 737 to the A330 very complicated? Well, it was a full type rating, of course, taking about 3 months, plus the line training, which took another 3 months. But overall, I wouldn't call it very complicated, no. And WS787, does the 787 have raw data available on the nav display? Yeah, it does. And 320 Simpilot Superfan, what is the difference between Eurowings and Discover Airlines? Well, it's different airlines. Just like, say, Condor and Eurowings are different airlines, Discover and Eurowings are different airlines as well. Alright, so looks like we have traffic above, exactly at 360, but looking at our rate of climb here, I'm not all too worried. Nonetheless, let's just set the FCU down here by 1,000 feet to be sure that we don't fly into these guys. And hi Trine, what is the engine fan heating in the A320 EFB underground management page? So let me show you for everyone here. On the ground server, can only be accessed on the ground, okay. Well, the quick answer is the fan heating is when you're on the ground and you are in icing conditions, it can happen that the engine fan blades are going to pick up ice. Now, there are certain limitations within which you are allowed to take off if the fan blades have ice on them, but if those limitations are exceeded, then the engine fan blades need to be de-iced. And that is what Phoenix simulates there, that de-icing of the engine fan blades. And Carlos, hi, why does, for example, Lufthansa use their call sign a bit different? Like, for example, they respond with Lufthansa 155 direct Babco. Let me just add personally, while others would include the call sign at the end. The reason is that this is what it looks like in the German AIP. In the German AIP, you can add your call sign either at the front or at the end. Both is allowed. Okay, and we cleared the traffic, so Throttle 360 is dialed in again, and Throttle 360 is blue. 130 miles to the top of descent there. Let's see if there is any Asus online already for our destination. There is. Arrival Asus, gateway timeout. Okay. Well, updating help. So, arrival runway 34, transition level 110, wind 320 at 13, temperature 27, QNH 1018. Let's just dial that one in already. 1018 and 1018. And 320 SimPilot Superfan, does my airline also operate 737 and -8 aircraft? That question I can answer because there is no airline in Germany that would have that constellation, so the answer is no. And Rich Corral, why such a low rate of climb? Is it the temperature? Amongst others, but you can see it's not all that warm here, it's just 5 degrees above the standard temperature. The main reason is simply that we're flying an A321, and that aircraft just doesn't climb that well. Something like half an hour to get to cruise level, totally normal. Now, here's the challenge for you. Take an A321, fill it up with 230 passengers, and fly it from Egypt to Germany, close to the maximum takeoff weight, and then measure how long it's gonna take you to get to the top of climb. 40 minutes? Something like that. Now, Da Aviator, anyone know of a website that shows you the real-world ATIS for European airports, just like Simbrief or Navigraph? No, there is no such website available, but there is some phone numbers that you can call which play the ATIS automatically. However, you'd have to search for them separately. Okay, company message. There are a couple of paid apps that have a collection of them. For example, from my old 737 days, I'm still using an app called Airports, and that app also has the phone number of ATIS in them. ATIS, is that a word? Okay, so send ADC for 4 minutes. We can do that. So, ADC delay, 4 minutes, and blame it on, I don't know, late boarding. I don't care. RLS, late removal of steps. That's of course just made up, but welcome to the world of aviation, huh? Okay, finally, 27 minutes and we are reaching our cruising altitude. But, as I mentioned, that stuff does happen. Also, we are flying the CFM engines today. They have a little bit less power than the IAEs. Mach alt star. So, of course, that doesn't help it either. The IAE has a little bit more power. Mach alt cruise. But as you can see, looking at Simbrief, we're supposed to take 25 minutes to the top of climb. 3,900 on board, 2,300 used. We took 27 and 3,900 on board, 2,500 used. Good enough. I'm happy with that. Okay. Ops, ADC received. Yeah, thanks. And Eleku, if I had a chance to switch to the A350, would I take it? Most likely. Ultimately, the decision that would drive my final decision is, would it change my lifestyle? because I'm pretty happy with that lifestyle I have now. But if it wouldn't change the lifestyle, let's just say my airline would introduce a fleet of A350s next to the A330s, and I could choose which one I want to fly, then I would probably go for the A350 indeed. Alright, so quick check down here. We have the Obutu 2 Whiskey. Here it is, Obuti 2 Whiskey. And then we had some Ballard transition. Let's go ahead and find that as well. Is it the Lima transition? No. Is it the November transition? Yes. Perfect. Arrivals in Vienna are a little bit complicated, so I'm just gonna do that right now so that we have a bit more time again later on. So ILS runway 34 is what we're going to take. And then we also need our ground chart. So airport chart, parking stand chart, and I think that's going to be all right. Yeah, this has everything covered. Perfect. Philip Ola, when do we have to activate the approach phase? When you want to slow down to the final approach speed. And when that is really depends a little bit on the outside conditions. But I did do a dedicated video on that topic. I think that actually became a little bit longer here. So, well. I don't want to repeat all of that right now, but in general, around about 15 to 20 miles out. But if you fly along your managed flight plan, then you have an automatic activation anyway. Okay, so very hard to read anything. We're going from Ubuti towards Whiskey Whiskey 413 and then Nixie. So Ubuti 411 and Nixie. Is 411 correct? Didn't I say 3? Yeah, it's 411, okay. And from there on to Ballard above 8,000. So Nixie below flight level 180 looks rather high, but I think is going to be just about alright. We are in an A321 here, not in the A319. So the 21 can just fall down really easily. Okay, and then from Ballard we fly onto the transition, which, well, is 6,000 feet all over, 230 knot restriction there. And if I look at that on the nav display, then it looks exactly as per the chart. I am happy with that. Okay, so it is an ILS approach to runway 34. I really wish we could put the EFB down there. It is an ILS approach starting at the Fox India 3000, 3-degree glide. And we have Fox India 3000 and 3-degree glide. And for our missed approach, straight at to 9.8 Fisherman, D339 Juliet, and then a right-hand turn to the VOR, kilometer 5000 and hold. And indeed, that's what we have down here. Looking good. Okay, so we need Fox Mike Delta, as we have just figured out, and then we can also insert our landing runway, which is going to be Vienna runway 34, like this. Finally, for our performance, descent speed 300 knots is looking good. So let's go down here, 1018. The temperature was 27 as far as I recall, and then we just need the winds. 320 at something, I seem to remember. Yeah, 320 at 13. That's pretty much straight down the runway, so I'm just going to add a couple knots here to the V approach, make that 145. Okay. And Hunter Place, did I ever do a Cat 3 landing in real life? Yeah, most definitely. I'd say about 2 or 3 per year. So minimums category Delta for this airplane, 804. Config full for the landing, that's for sure. Tail strike avoidance and stuff like that. And the MSA for the missed approach is 3,600. So that's going to be our engine out acceleration altitude. Fine, 4 minutes extra time. I don't think we'll need any more than that. And the active flight plan is copied to the secondary. So last but not least, we'll have to plan where we're going to vacate the runway, and that is probably going to be a little bit further down, like here, Bravo 4. So 3,600 meters, Bravo 4 is over here. I would guesstimate that to be 2,000 and a bit. So let's go ahead and do some landing performance calculation here. Vienna 3-4, runway is good and dry. Apply the METAR, and then what do we have? Gross weight 73.8. I'd say if we take 73.5, then we are conservative here. Low order brake, flaps full, manual thrust, 2,274. Yeah, I think that's gonna be fine. And William, do real pilots have the same informative program like SimBrief? You get the same flight plans, but you don't plan the flights like that. You just get the finished plan, and that's it. Okay, so auto brake low. And I think with that we are done with our setup, are we? Now, Stefan2109, I have about 300 hours and almost finished my CPL. What would you consider the possibilities to enter into an airline in the future in Germany? Well, I would say chances are pretty good at the moment. As far as I'm aware, Eurowings is recruiting, Discover Airlines is recruiting, Condor probably as well. I'm not sure about Aerologic at the moment, but head over to the typical career portals, such as career.aero, and I'm sure you're going to find any airline recruiting at the moment. And once you're done, well, apply to any airline there is, huh? You unfortunately don't really have the choice. Take the first good job on a jet that you can get. Maybe not pay to fly straight away, but 320 Simpilot Superfan, what would you rather fly, the Boeing 767 or Airbus A330? Definitely the Airbus. And Rich Corral, does European Flight School, I guess you mean the one from Lufthansa, European Flight Academy, right? Accept UK applications for the funded scheme. They definitely do, but I think you gotta speak German, but check for the requirements on their website. Alright, in the meantime, let's go for the arrival briefing real quick. So starting over here, MSA 3600, and we are going to follow the Obuti arrival for an ILS approach runway 34. Minimum's 804, go around straight at 9.8 Fisherman, right turn to the VOR. Climb to 5,000, extra fuel is 2 minutes, but we already have the entire transition in there. Approach guidance is going to be with the flight director and manual thrust for a config full landing. Stop margin is about 1,300 meters. Idle reverse, low order brake, and we'll take probably the third rapid exit taxiway to the left. No hotspots. Nothing special or non-standard here. Any threats? Not really, huh? Briefing complete. Well, then we can take the opportunity to say bye-bye to our guests. Liebe Gäste aus dem Cockpit, Ihr Kapitän, wir werden in den nächsten 5 Minuten unseren Sinkflug nach Wien beginnen und haben jetzt noch eine Flugzeit von ca. 25 Minuten vor uns. Das Wetter an unserem Zielort 27 Grad und eine relativ aufgelöste Bewölkung. Wir bedanken uns, dass Sie heute unsere Gäste waren, wünschen Ihnen einen schönen Aufenthalt und gegebenenfalls eine gute und sichere Weiterreise und würden uns freuen, Sie bald wieder an Bord eines unserer Flugzeuge begrüßen zu dürfen. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, your captain speaking. We will start our descent towards Vienna in the next few minutes. The weather at the moment 27 degrees with just a few clouds. We would like to thank you very much for being our guests today. Hope that you have enjoyed the flight as much as we did, and we look forward to welcome you again on board with a future flight. Thank you very much for your attention, and we wish you a nice and safe continuous journey. Okay, beautiful. Then we are done with those passengers. Terrain ahead. I sent the auto ATC post in your Discord. Thank you. Now, Rich Corral, how often and why is auto thrust used for landing? I would say about half of the times, maybe. In my airline, we have the choice. We can decide whether we want to go manual thrust or automatic thrust. Personally, if it is, you know, really gusty, or if I'm tired, then I'm definitely going to keep the auto thrust on. But in any other condition, I'm definitely going to use manual thrust. Personally, I'm a huge fan of using manual thrust during manual flight. I'm not a huge fan of keeping the auto thrust on, unless it really helps me in the actual situation that we're in. But that really varies, depending on the situation. But whenever it makes sense, I use manual thrust. Only if needed, I use auto thrust. Okay, so let's have a little look into the cabin, shall we? And just appreciate those views here for a bit. I just can't wait to see the sharklets come up over here, right? So, can't see all that much on the ground. Unfortunately, especially over the Balkans, that's my experience of what you usually have there. So MSFS does represent that rather well. As you can see, by the way, I did set up a couple of custom views in the cabin over here. Just, you know, literally pick a couple of nice views outside and create those cameras, and it's easy going, nothing special. So I know that someone's probably going to ask if I can share them. Yeah, of course I could, but it's very easy to create them. Just set your viewpoint somewhere, press Ctrl, Alt, and a number, and then your camera is going to get saved right over there. So some rather okay views on the right side over here, it seems. Also very nice to see the aileron do its work over here in the turn. I find it really impressive how little the aileron actually moves. I'm sure that on the stream, even if you use 4K, you can barely even see it. And to be honest, whenever I fly as a passenger in the real world, I'm really looking at those control surfaces nowadays, and there is barely ever any strong input. Not to say that there is almost no strong input at all. I really find that fascinating. Okay, let's go right back up again, by the way, because we do have to start our descent here in the next few moments. So we start at flight level 130, I'd say, so let's go ahead and dial that down. Flight level 130 blue, and descent alt blue. And down we go. Now, King Max, hi Amy, I just took the DLR test and only got a C in the technical part. Apart from that, I passed everything. Any tips to improve your basic knowledge in physics? To be honest, that's not exactly my field of expertise, improving basic physics knowledge. I would look for any kind of book that has this kind of stuff. That's really what I would do, but as mentioned, I'm not exactly an expert on that basic stuff. I'm happy that I passed the basic DLR back in the day for the Lufthansa BU, and ever since I didn't have to worry about those basic school physics stuff anymore, because once you have an ATPL they don't ask for that anymore. Oh, but then they only ask for ATPL knowledge, which can be quite itchy as well, but... Well, so Ben, did I ever land in Knock or Dublin? Yeah. Dublin most certainly. Knock, yeah, I landed there as well. That's the airport where you can smack that Jesus statue off, isn't it? I think that was Knock. Yeah, Knock West Ireland Airport. Yeah, that is the one with the Jesus statue. If you taxi just about 2 meters to the right of the center line, you're gonna crash your winglet into the head of the Jesus statue that they have right next to the apron. And yes, it did happen that Ryanair beheaded Jesus already. That most certainly happened. Now, Beluga XL Captain, how good do you think will the default airports in MSFS 24 will be? Honestly, I think the default airports are going to be to a similar level than what we have in MSFS. I think the focus is going to be on handcrafted airports. Now, Jake the Afjeek, what's my favorite airports to fly in and out of? Honestly, there's so many of them. Palermo, Split, Samos, Madeira, Tenerife. Obviously my home base is, because it means I'm going home. And Wootopia, what makes Airbus so good for me as a pilot instead of Boeing? Mostly the fact that it's designed around the workplace, where the 737 really felt like, oh, here we have a wonderful airplane, but darn it, we still need to put pilots in it. In the Airbus you have a lot of space, especially there is nothing in front of you. The seats are just more comfy than the Boeing seats. The backs recline a little bit more, they're more comfy to sit on in general. Also, the entire design of the airplane seems to be a little bit more pilot-oriented. That's hard to put into actual words here. Then, of course, the table. It simply does matter. I know that there's so many memes on that on the internet, but the table really does matter. Yeah. Sansky K, did I have to do a Compass pilot aptitude test? And if so, do you have any tools or websites where you can practice and prepare for the test? I didn't have to do that test in my career, no. The only one thing I can say is I know that there's 100 websites out there who try to sell you interview and assessment preparations. Honestly, 99% of that is nonsense. They just take your money and don't deliver anything. I know, because I did give my money to those websites, only to figure out that either the quality of the content was just really bad, or because the content itself just didn't matter for the assessment in question, even though it was advertised as such. So don't waste your money for that. I think any airline that does... And I think any airline offers some sort of advice on what to use to practice, and honestly, go with that. Go with that. Maybe buy yourself some 30 or 40 euro training program, you know, but don't spend hundreds of bucks on those airline preparation sites. They're all just, honestly, all of them that I've tried are scam. And Terrain Ahead. SkyTest is one of those softwares, you know, if you pay... How much is it now? I think back in the day when I bought it, it was 30 or 40 euros. That was okay. But not the programs for hundreds of euros. Now, Jose, do we practice autolands in real life for certification purposes, even if the weather is VMC? We used to do that at my old airline, but in my new airline that is expressively forbidden. Okay, so Vienna coming up over there. I think looking at the speed at which we're flying, we can already turn the fasten belt signs on over here. Should be on the ground in about 15 minutes. And Taser, do you have the special qualification to land, for example, in Innsbruck? And second question, do you need a different qualification for each special approach airport, or just one for all? I don't have the qualification for Innsbruck, no. But none of the airlines I flew for flew there at the time I was on those fleets, so Back in the 737 days we didn't go there, and in the A330 we definitely don't. And in regards to the second question, yes, for every single airport that requires dedicated qualification, think for example Madeira, Innsbruck, what's that one called in Switzerland? There is one there as well. Samos, of course. All of those need a dedicated, different qualification. Split, I believe, needs one as well. At least for those ANAF visual approaches. And Eleku, I really wish I knew when the A321 Sharklet is going to come, but I don't. I'm pouring water. No, I've not explored the city of Prague. I did turnarounds there plenty of time, but I did not have the chance to explore the city, I'm afraid. And terrain ahead, medical diversion to Innsbruck. Well, at least from a pilot's perspective, there is no reason to do that at all. Let's expedite that descent, by the way. Thrust idle open descent out. Blue. From a pilot's perspective, there is no need to do that. There's so many other airports nearby. Of course, from the challenge and from the fun perspective, that's a different thing. But, you know, flying on to Munich or whatever doesn't really make a difference. Alright then, let's go down flight level 80. And that's flight level 80 blue. And then we do have a tower online, but only the tower for now. Okay. Well done. Let's just keep an eye on that traffic here. Not 100% sure. That's probably a sit, I guess. Especially if our star goes in like this, with a plus 8,000 restriction here. And 320 Simpilot Superframe. Is it common to have the autopilot on, but be controlling the thrust manually? Not really, no. And in regards to a question about some sickness, does that hinder my chances of becoming an airline pilot? Yeah, most likely. If you have something that's that long, it probably means that the authority is not able to even think about that, because it just doesn't fit into the field of text, and that excludes you from a medical. And T. Joe runs... Man. T. Joe John Rod 007. My apologies for that mispronunciation. First time watching live. Thanks for all you have taught me. You're welcome. And Mr. Doctor, yes, I have flown into Vienna in real world. And Stuart Clarkey, any tips for landing? Finding the flare position difficult as opposed to Boeing. I keep bouncing. Not really, honestly. Flare at 30, pitch up by about 1 or 2 degrees, as per the flight crew technique manual, and then just let it settle on the ground. And that's really it. And Ashy, I definitely prefer the A330 over the 737. And Jake, unfortunately no update on the ebook right now, it's just far too much I have to do. I really wish I had it out by now, but I kinda underestimated how much work the last couple of % really are. Okay, airplane. Let's just go vertical speed 0 here, so that we don't go too far below 100 at these speeds. Is that QNH? Now what is the QNH again? 1018. Okay, perfectly fine. So QNH 1018, cross-checked, passing, well, maintaining exactly 10,000 now. Lights, LS, GPS primary, and mode selector norm. Okay, thrust idle open descent. Approach checklist, please. And let's go ahead and expedite that descent a little bit, then we don't need to fly out too far. So, Baro Ref, QNH 1018, seatbelts on, minimum, that's Baro 804, auto brake, low, engine mode selector, norm, approach checklist complete. Alright, then let's go down to 4000. And I told you something about not calling me. Reset. Okay then, let's fly heading 070. Heading. And extend the center line, please. Okay, insert, pull heading. Heading. Okay, reaching 4000, just about there. This is gonna be tight, but we will be able to do it. So we can dial in 3000 already. Well, and of course, what else could happen right now? My headset runs out of power. Well, let's quickly work on plugging it into the charger so that we can talk to ATC once we get there. I did charge the thing yesterday. Normally it runs for quite a bit longer, but here we go. Okay. And the simulator is lagging. Oh, that was interesting. Well, here we are. Why did the landing gear extend? No. Stay up. Glide slope alive. Activate approach phase. Why is the simulator lagging again? Hello? Please keep working. Well, here we are again. That was strange.
2,500.
Okay, left turn, heading 010, cleared ILS. Then approach is armed. Cat 3 dual, autopilot 1 and 2, localizer star. We're probably going slightly through the localizer here. The simulator lags and the headset not working kinda distracted me a bit. Okay, flaps 1, speed checked. That's looking much better, doesn't it? So, speed brake coming back in, and here we are. That was interesting. Okay, tower 119.4. Okay, glide slope is alive. I think overall this looks okay. Twin Tower, Servus, Austrian 732, ILS 34.
Austrian 732, Wien, Deutschland, guten Abend, Wind 320 degrees, from runway 34, clear to land.
Runway 34, clear to land, Austrian 732. Okay, glide slope star. Go around altitude 5000 set. Okay, gear down. And now for real. Flaps 3. Speed checked. Flaps 3.
Austrian 740, our airport to be ready, so request to push start. Austrian 747.
Mr. Doctor, the prankster from Dubrovnik is on board. Seems like it. Flaps full. Speed checked. Flaps full. Landing checklist. Econ memo. Landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. So we don't need that terrain display here anymore. Okay. Manual flight. Cat 1. If you've ever been wondering, when you disconnect the autopilot you get the triple click as well. That comes from the ILS category down here degrading from a category 3 when the autopilots are engaged down to category 1 when the autopilots are disconnected. It's one of those things where I always thought like, why do I get a triple click? because that integrates a mode degradation, but that's it, the ILS mode degrades. And Elias, yes, we are using the Gaia scenery for Vienna. Track. Okay, let's do that landing, and thereafter, when we're at the gate, I can have a look at the chat again here. But let's focus now. We don't want to mess it up, do we? I don't think we've had one positive landing yet on the A321 on the channel, so let's not make it this one. But of course it is floaty, so we don't want to float in too much. That was a nice little gust there.
Vienna Tower, Austrian 295,
Land.
check please.
100 above.
Check.
300.
Now the challenge is to control the rate of descent here, so that we don't go over 1,000. Because at some point that thermal is gonna die off, and here it
Very
is.
good evening, Vienna Tower, Austrian 295. We are requesting clearance to Budapest as filed.
20. Retard. 10.
Austrian 295 get Budapest, Adama 1 Delta, departure runway 34, coming 5,000 feet, scope 1,000.
Laggy laggy. Okay, spoilers, reverse green, decel.
Clear to Budapest as filed.
So, first exit, second exit, we wanted to take the third one,
Hotel departure.
but the auto brake is doing a pretty good job for that.
Charlie, departure and scope 1,000. Austrian 295.
Austrian 295, it's Adama 1 Delta, departure out of runway
Manual
34.
brakes.
Correction.
Exactly 1 hour flight time, looks good.
Departure, Austrian 295.
Austrian 295, readback correct. Startup is approved, QNH 1018, call for taxi.
Oh, we'll go.
Austrian 732 vacating.
Austrian 732 willkommen in Wien via Delta, Lima and Lane 37, Fox 09.
Delta Lima, line 37, Fox, second the gate.
Foxtrot 09.
Foxtrot 09er, Austrian 732. Okay, so right on to Delta. Then Lima is gonna be the one over there. So we could have vacated one exit later, but that's fine. Then lane 39. Well, let's turn to the left over here first. And then where is that lane? So that's 38, 37, 40, 37.
Tower Servus, Austrian 1 Bravo Lima.
Oh, 37 is the one we're looking for.
Munich, please.
And Foxtrot. Did I write that down? No, I didn't. Oh god. This is highly professional right now.
1 Charlie departure, coming 5,000 feet, scope 1,000.
Okay, let's clean it up first.
Merci to Munich, Survey 1 Charlie departure, 5,000 feet, squawk 1,000, Austrian 1 Bravo Lima.
Okay, after landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear, off, after landing checklist complete. Okay, Fox 09, everyone says.
Austrian 747 Lima.
That could be, but I'm just going to ask just to be 100% sure.
Austrian 747 Lima, taxi holding point 29 via exit 11 and Mike.
I could swear it would have been Fox 39 or something the likes, but...
Holding point 29 via exit 11 and Mike, Austrian 747 Lima.
And Austrian 1 Bravo Lima, readback was correct.
Austrian 732, sorry, please confirm the gate one more time.
Foxtrot 09.
Foxtrot 09, thank you, Austrian 732. Okay, now it's clear. Fox 09, you guys heard that right. Okay, so it's going to be the next to the right via line 37, and then to the left and parking somewhere over here next to the company Airbuses. Okay, we can definitely do that. So, APU is available, we do have 3 minutes, but nah, let's not do single engine taxi, shall we? The airplane is just a little bit too heavy for that. Okay, 10 knots around the turn, 10 knots around the next turn as well. So, the gates in Vienna are a little bit uphill. If you do single engine taxi into that, chances are you are going to eventually stop somewhere, and you are eventually going to get stuck. Don't ask me how I found out. Small hint, I flew to Vienna quite a lot.
Oscar November Kilo, readability is 2x5. I can hear only broken second.
Okay, bye.
And X Games, yes, we are definitely going to continue. We will fly to Warsaw next.
Okay, go India November Kilo, established island 34, form I.
Oscar India November Kilo, Vita, hello, now 5x5. Wind 330 degrees now.
Okay, so the APU is running.
34, clear to land, Dankeschön, maybe we get Bravo 4.
Foxtrot 9 is coming up over there, lights off. The radar is off as well, perfect.
Bravo 4.
If possible, yeah.
Yeah, Bravo 4, please go ahead.
Roger, Dankeschön, will we get Bravo 4 interessant, ich hab nichts
Okay,
geändert.
Fox 9 are coming over there.
Das ist spannend.
Okay then, next to the right, let's get the speed down. 6 knots is good. A little bit of thrust as we turn into the gate. And as we exit the turn, back to idle. So, that guy is right on the center line. Then we don't have to worry about wingtip clearance. And here we are. So, A321 up here on the guidance system. Of course it is in feet, because why not? Was there an option somewhere in GSX that you can force it to meters? Okay. So, APU bleed on, engines off. Cabin crew, all doors and park. Okay, and here we are. Welcome to Vienna.
1453, radio check.
Engines are running down. Let's wait until they are down enough that they don't pose a danger anymore. Daft Duck, Austrian dialect is not really for me. I can do Swiss, but Austrian, no. The Austrians in my airline regularly look strange at me when I do that. Okay. Doors are disarmed, seatbelts off. And then let's do the parking checklist, please. So that's parking brake or chocks. Well, since we do have a ground power, we also have chocks. So parking brake off, engines off, wing light off, fuel pumps off, parking checklist complete. And that is sector number 1 successfully completed. Welcome to Vienna. Sector number 2, I tend to say we do from the first officer's seat, and then we can do the third one back to Vienna later on from the captain's seat again. So that way everyone gets a little bit for what they want. And here we are. Okay, beautiful. So that is flight number 1 completed. Let's go ahead and start with our flight planning for sector number 2, because ideally we want to go off block again in some 20 minutes time. So my plan for the day is to fly as Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. So let's see if we can lock on like that. Yes, we can. Okay, so Austrian 6 Papa Sierra is going to be our flight number. Well then, let's go into SimRief and we are going to start with our setup, shall we? So, SimBrief, and then my flight plan.
Echo India November Kilo, willkommen in Wien.
New flight.
Taxi to the
We'll be
GAC
Austrian.
Lima, exit 2 and then all the way down by Mike.
What is it actually? 631.
Aber jetzt ist die
And that's going
Vielleicht,
from
lassen wir-
Vienna to Warsaw in the A321, which is the CFM version, and we're sitting in the Oscar Echo Lima Bravo Foxtrot, if I'm not mistaken.
Austrian
Yeah,
153,
definitely Foxtrot.
requesting clearance.
Right, call sign Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. Cost index, we'll use 30 today, and the scheduled off block is at 5 past the hour, which is rather early, but that way we get back with ATC again as well. In terms of alternates, I think we'll go for Wood today, EPLL, and I sure hope that I do pronounce that correctly, I might not. Let's go rather full, 190 guests on board, runway 29er, runway 33, and the scheduled flight time for this one is 1 hour and 15 minutes, as per the real world schedule.
Yes, we just couldn't get the departure.
Okay. Let's hit calculate and compare, see what we're gonna get. And throttle 350, later 360, zero fuel weight 67.3. Well, that looks pretty good to me.
Thank you, Austrian 153.
Alright,
Austrian 145.
I'd say generate
correct.
flight and see what we're about to get. So there was a question earlier which OFP layout we use. It is the Lido layout because that seems to be the only one that works reliably in the Phoenix at the moment. Okay, so that's our flight plan completed up here. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Austrian 6 Papa Sierra 321, looking good, and that stuff's all looking good. Alright, file flight
Austrian
plan.
1 Bravo Lima, started
And
Pushback
here
at
we
4:15
go. Beautiful.
Approved today, Austrian 1 Bravo Lima.
And Daft Duck, when do we get the 319 power experience? You will get it.
Goodbye.
Maybe on Wednesday, but no promises. I have one other thing coming up that I find really cool. It's probably going to come tomorrow. Depending on that, we'll see whether we do the Paro one thereafter. But we are definitely going to do it. And Konali, hi, coming into Vienna with the MD-11. See you on the ground. Well, see you. Even though I will definitely try to get out of here by then.
Contact the ground, frequency 121.
Okay, so yeah. You are deboarding anyway. Why are you even asking?
Roger, we contact 21.6 for
Well,
clearance.
at least you are supposed to.
How you can hear me?
I tell you what, reset all. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's SimBrief, huh?
21.6 for
Or rather,
clearance,
it's, sorry, it's not SimBrief, it's GSX. Reset position over here as well. And then, let's have a look into our flight plan. So, weather forecast at Warsaw, Kavok. I like that. And at Łódź, Kavok. I like that even better. Okay, in that case, don't need to take any extra here. Make that 6,000 kilos and I'm happy to go. We do need that 120 kilos more for APU usage because it is going to be very short turnaround here. So fuel 6,000, here we go. Okay, apply and load, and you can use GSX for that, please. SB2008, hi, welcome to the comments. And Zamo, does the A321 also float like that in real life, or did Phoenix mess that up? I think they might have overpronounced it a bit, but sure enough the A321 is a bit more floaty than the other two versions. Okay then, so everything done, everything done, everything done. That's about as easy as it gets, isn't it? That's the kind of pre-flight procedure I like. Okay, beautiful. Then we can go right into our FMS. So, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. Cost index 30, cruise flight level 360. So, departure towards Latva, and it's probably going to be runway 29 today. But let's just have a quick look into the ATIS. I think there was some information there. So, departure ATIS. Traffic via Adana and Latva, expect runway 34. Okay, so it is runway 34 for us. So, departure 34. And then we gotta find the Latva departure. Here it is. Latva 4 Delta. Beautiful. And for our arrival into Warsaw, I think it's runway 33 over there. But just a quick check. 33 indeed. Lockdown 5 uniform. So ILS Zulu approach runway 33. We have the Lockdown 5 uniform, and it's the Whiskey Alpha 534 transition. Beautiful. Okay, so let's go ahead and look up our engine out acceleration and our engine out procedures. Can find it right over here on the website of Blackbox 711 again. And we have Echo Papa Whiskey Whiskey. No, Whiskey Alpha. Whiskey Whiskey is the FIR. Here we go. So, no, actually we're in Vienna over here. I'm on the next flight already mentally.
We'll be back.
Here we go. Vienna, runway 34, straight at 25 miles and hold. I can do that. And looking at the MSA up here, climbing to 3,600. Noise abatement procedure number 2, and that's it. Beautiful. Okay, so Vienna X4, insert that over here, and that's LOWW 34 slash, what's the runway track again? It's 339 degrees and 25 miles straight ahead. Okay, so VAX4 into here, and then hold on 336 inbound right hand turns, and if we need to do an immediate return, we're gonna come back towards Vienna and landing on runway 34. That worked rather well, we did it last time, and that's it. Okay, so for our engine out, nope, that's wrong. Vienna 34, that's right. And 336 is going to be our radial, and the engine out waypoint VAX4. Here we go. That's it. And Daft Duck, why are there no charts with such engine out information? That's because they are company procedures and not public procedures. So every company draws up their own. Since, for rather obvious reasons, Simbrief cannot share any company charts, or Navigraph cannot share any company charts, that way around, we don't get any. Some airlines do have such charts, but they will not publish them for obvious reasons.
Danke.
Okay, preliminary load sheet. 67.3 is going to be the zero fuel weight here. And our CG 27.3. Now, Samu, do I like long haul or short haul more? I'm all in for the long haul. I'm really all in for the long haul. So refueling is going on. What did we order? 6,000. Perfect. Then let's go ahead and fuel 6,000 up. Okay, for our fuel 0.3, 1.2, 1.3. So 0.3, 1.2, 1.3. Okay, here we go. Last but not least, let's request our winds, and then we can do the performance. So before we calculate the performance, actually a quick look at our chart, because I want to know... Why are we in Dubrovnik again? Because I want to know which intersection actually makes sense over here. So going down here, I would say Bravo 10. I think Bravo 10 would make sense. Let's go ahead and calculate that, even though there might be even shorter options, but we don't want to overdo it, do we? And we don't even have figures for that. Okay. Huh. Oh, wait a moment, wrong runway. Here we go, 3-4, Bravo 10. That looks much better, doesn't it? Flaps 2, 48 degrees, 41, 44, 45. Yeah, that seems more like it, even though I'm a little bit surprised that it's only so little runway. But looking at this, 3,600, yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense. Okay. So, flaps to 48 degrees. 248. And the speeds 141, 144, 145. 141, 144, and 145. Beautiful, that's it. Okay, all good stuff entered, and here we go. And Christoph F., did you just use the flight number 631 in Cimbri, flight number 6 Papa Sierra in the MCDU? Yes, absolutely. So in here we always need the ATC call sign. It says flight number, but it should say ATC call sign. That is what you insert there. And in SimBrief you can actually enter both. So if we have a look at that real quick, then you can see if I go on edit flight. On the top over here we have the flight number, and that is the one that is sent to the passengers, and that is used, let's call it, in civil terms. But down here you have the ATC call sign, and that is the one that's used for air traffic control purposes. Okay, so everything entered, and then we are pretty much ready. Fuel on board 6000 now, so seatbelts coming on, and the fuel pumps are also coming on. Let's see if we do have PDC available over here. I think I'm just quickly going to do that from the other side. So, ATC request, pre-departure clearance. Servus. So, gate number Foxtrot 09er, station Lima Oscar Whiskey Whiskey, and ATIS ID, let's just check, is hotel. So, Vienna to Warsaw, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, Foxtrot 09er, ATIS Hotel, Servus, A321, station Vienna. Sent. Dark Lord, what is the difference between using both autopilots or a single one? Well, normally you use a single one. You can only use both when the automatic landing system is armed, so when you're on approach mode for an ILS approach. And the dual autopilot setup actually cross-checks one another, and that way the aircraft can fly a Category 3 approach. That is the reason. So the dual system cross-checks one another, while the single system does not do that. Okay, let's go for the departure briefing. Vienna, runway 34, Bravo 10. Our SID is, what's it called again? The lefto for Delta departure. Initial climb, I'm ill-prepared. We actually haven't even compared it, have we? Should probably do that first, so forget about that briefing, we'll do that again. So, lefta for Delta. This is looking better. Okay, so straight out, 1500, right turn Whiskey Whiskey 165. I knew it felt like we didn't do something. Now I know what it was. Okay, 165, and then 371, 467. Man, this is some weird naming. And then 469 and Letva. Okay, that's what we have. And the initial climb is up to 5,000 feet, which we already have. Okay, that's that. So, let's now try that briefing again. Now we are better prepared. So, Vienna 34, Bravo 10 intersection, Letva 4, Delta departure, climbing 5,000, MSA 3,600, and no extra fuel. For the taxi hotspots, well, all those taxi lanes, honestly. I'm perfectly happy to admit that I'm not too well with that taxiway system here in Vienna. Stop margin is not all that much. Engine outset straight ahead, 25 miles. We can come back to Vienna. Runway 34 is in use, and the wind is straight down the runway. We should be slightly below the maximum landing weight here, so we can come back immediately. Nothing special or non-standard? Any threats? No? Beautiful. So that's our briefing completed. Cockpit preparation checklist, please. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 5,980 kilograms balanced. Seatbelts on. 80 IRS. Nav, Baroref, QNH 1018. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, beautiful. Well, we never got any answer to our PDC request, so I suggest we are just going to get our clearance by voice then. So delivery is on which frequency? One two two 125. Wien Delivery, schönen guten Abend. Austrian 6 Papa Sierra Information Hotel, request clearance to Warsaw.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra Delivery, good evening, information Alpha Jet Warsaw, letter for Delta departure of runway 34, climb initially 5,000 feet, squawk 4612, QNH 101.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra is cleared to Warsaw, runway 34, Latva for Delta departure, climb 5,000 feet, squawk 4612, QNH 1018.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, correct. And Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, report target off block type.
Target off block time 05, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra.
Roger.
Okay, beautiful. So, Latva 4 Delta is confirmed, runway 34 as well, climbing 5,000, and squawk 4612. Perfect.
Vienna delivery, good evening.
So, we do have a company message. I'm just hoping that this is the load sheet now.
Easy 214, delivery,
No.
good evening, information Alpha Jet Copenhagen.
Okay,
Delta
so be it.
departure, climb initially
How far is
5,000
the
feet,
boarding though?
4615, QNH 1018.
Completed?
Target off block.
Almost completed. Alright, so just waiting for the last luggage. That's just going in over here. And then we are good to go already.
Okay, please repeat.
Perfect, I like it.
Landed, 6 Delta departure of runway 34.
And Rich Corral, why do I see the speed arrow going up and down? Is it the winds? It is the winds, but it's a bug. On the ground at the gate with that little speed it wouldn't do that.
Easy 274, correct, support, target off block time.
Hi Metal Eye, nice to see you. I'm doing good, and you?
Sorry, 172.
Now Rich Corral, at what time do you do the checklists?
Easy 274, roger.
I think I have a video explaining that, but it's basically when the briefing is complete, the pre-flight checklist, before start checklist, just before you start. Taxi checklist once the hand signal from the ramp agent has been received. Or after start checklist once the hand signal has been received. Taxi checklist once the flight control check is completed and you're rolling and the cabin is ready. Lineup checklist once you're cleared to line up and have completed the items. Approach checklist once you are in the descent and have been given a QNH and are below 10,000 feet. Landing checklist once the landing checklist is actually displayed and complete. After landing checklist, as soon as the flow is complete. Parking checklist once the fuel pumps have been turned off. And secure checklist once the entire flow is complete. And that's about it. And Kava, when can we expect the 777 ebook? I've fallen for the trap to give some dates, but it's not too far off. I just got to find that time to write it, man. But it's not too far off, I promise. It's a matter of weeks, not months. Now, flying ATC, what do I think is the average load factor on flights like this, on days like this, and overall on Eurowings, Lufthansa, Swiss, etc. flights? I think the load factors are available online. There are usually somewhere around 80% or so, I believe. But, of course, it can completely vary. Sometimes they are completely full, other times they fly with 20 guests on board. It's very hard to predict this kind of stuff. But even if you don't have too many passengers, the cargo might be completely covering up for that. And Rich Corral, how much will the ebook be? Around about $20, I believe. Okay, here's the load sheet. In compliance with edition number 1, zero fuel weight 67.3. And we've got 67.3 with a CG of 27.3, which we also have. Takeoff weight 73.1. And we have 73.0, 190 passengers, no infants. Lucky cabin crew. Okay, takeoff CG 25.1, and that's a trim of up 0.8. Here we go. Okay, beautiful. Everything completed. Let's say hello to our passengers. In the meantime, we can prepare GSX for the pushback. And it's always the captain doing the welcome announcement, so let's go over to the left seat for that. Liebe Gäste, einen schönen guten Abend aus dem Cockpit. Hier spricht Ihr Kapitän. Mein Name ist Emanuel und im Namen der Austrian darf ich Sie ganz herzlich an Bord unseres Fluges nach Warschau willkommen heißen. Flugzeit etwa eine Stunde in einer Reiseflughöhe von 36.000 Fuß. Wir bedanken uns, dass Sie unsere Gäste sind, wünschen Ihnen einen schönen Aufenthalt und wenn es etwas gibt, womit wir diesen schöner gestalten können, zögern Sie nicht, sich an unsere Flugbegleiter zu wenden. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emanuel and in the name of Austrian I would like to welcome you on board our flight to Warsaw. Flight time today approximately 1 hour at a cruising altitude of 36,000 feet. Sit back, relax and enjoy the flight with us, and if there is anything we can do to make it more comfortable, please do not hesitate to ask any of our cabin crew. Okay. Beautiful. Then let's call for startup.
Servus, Austrian 307 Delta information. Well, that's hotel. Requesting clearance to
so everything is done up here. That's looking good. Down here as well. Okay, beautiful. We're ready. Green delivery, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, request startup.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, contact Wien ground 1-1, 6 goodbye.
1-1 6, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. Wien ground, schönen guten Abend, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, Fox 09er, request pushback.
Good Abend, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, push and start approved, facing east.
Push and start approved, facing east, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. Ground flight deck, go ahead. So push start approved, facing east, park brake set. Roger. Okay, release park and brake. Park and brake released. And Rich Corral, how long before off-block do you have to arrive at the aircraft in real life? Back in the days on the 737 it used to be 45 minutes, on the A330 it is usually 1 hour.
Tower, 194.
And Williams Welter, don't you need to re-enter onto VATSIM to change your call sign and flight plan? I did that off-screen. Okay, before start checklist, park and brake. Why are we showing a brake pressure here? I don't like that. Because for some reason I pressed the brake pedals. Yeah, because why not? Okay, park and brake, release, takeoff speeds and thrust. V1 141, VR 144, V2 145, flex 48. Windows closed and the beacon on. Before start checklist complete. Ground flight, starting engines 2 and 1 in sequence. Engine 2 start. Company message. Probably complaining about the delay again, huh? This is a rather annoying bug. Because I don't like to have company message written there. But then again I don't like going down there as well. At least not while the aircraft is moving. Okay, flight ground, push complete, set brakes. Brake set. Okay, aircraft loaded, looking good. And the engine start is in progress.
Mr. Volker Mike, taxi holding point 34 dead via Echo.
Traffic taken, please for Echo Mike.
Mr. Volker Mike, taxi straight ahead via Echo.
Okay, good starting 2, starting 1.
Straight ahead via Echo, hold it for trip for Echo Mike.
Looking good. Engine 1 start. And Samo, yeah, you are right. I am doing quite a couple of live streams these days. I'm just using the fact that I have a couple of off days. And I did do very few live streams beforehand, so I kind of like to do them now. And the fact that Phoenix just released the 319 and 321 right into my off days, that was just pure luck. So for that reason I'm doing them now. Apart from that, usually I have a lot of off days that fall outside the weekend, so my girlfriend, my friends are all working at that time, so what should I do? Well, then I record videos. And I usually upload them for channel members earlier, and then just release them over the course of the next, you name it. Okay, Avail is showing, and he's showing us the pin as well. Thank you. After start checklist. And yes, off, income status, checked, pitch trim is 25%, rudder trim, neutral, after start checklist complete.
Delta and Lima to St. Kilo 47.
Lufthansa Cargo 8600, Delta Lima to Kilo 47.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, request taxi.
So 6 Papa Sierra, taxi via Whiskey, hold shot Whiskey 4.
Taxi Whiskey, hold shot Whiskey 4, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra.
Mr. Volker Mike, contact tower 123.
Okay, so
Tower 123 decimal 8, Mr. Volker Mike, thank you, bye.
Whiskey is over here, and hold shot Whiskey 4, that's got to be down here. We need a chart where we can actually see that. Yeah, here it is, Whiskey 4, okay. So to the end, to the right, and then hold short. Lights on, brake off. Off we go. Brake check. Pressure 0. And while we're on it, quickly into the Phoenix app. Controls to the right hand side, please. Gonzalo, generally, when you do the brake check, you are not looking for brake pressure. What you want to see is that you don't have any brake pressure. Because that indication down here is the backup system, and you want to ensure that the backup system is transferred to the primary. That's the reason you do the check.
5 Hotel Mike at Stein, 3 Charlie.
Crossing ground, Austrian Eagles Tango vacated runway 34 by Bow 5.
Danke, Austrian 5 Hotel Mike, Tower 1194, tschüss.
And Jacek, welcome as a subscriber to the channel.
Mike, danke, ciao.
Austrian 145, requesting pushing
Orange Line gate Foxtrot 16.
Blocked.
So 3 Golf Tango, taxi Delta, Orange Line gate Foxtrot 16.
Now, Wootopia, good question. Is there a large difference in the workload between real life and simulator, since we don't have a colleague with us over here?
Can you confirm again our way to Kilo
not
47?
all that much, with the primary reason for that being that as pilot flying, you basically do exactly the same amount of work that you do in the sim as well. The only difference is that in the real world you've got a colleague there who is going to cross-check you.
Lufthansa Cargo 8600, straight ahead, and Bravo 62, danke.
Okay, the left side is clear, and the Whiskey 4 is right over here to the right.
Austrian 145, request push and start.
So we're going to give way to the Lufthansa Cargo. Is that you,
Are you
Konami?
able to push facing south?
I'll just will check in a second.
Okay, reaching Whiskey 4, so
Taxi point runway 34 via Mike and Echo.
Taxi holding point 34 via Mike Echo, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra.
Austrian 145, we are
Okay,
able to
Mike
push and
is
start, facing south.
the second one, and then Echo is the first one. Okay, clear on the left side, clear on the right side. Sneaker reviews, which joystick do I use? Currently I'm using the Thrustmaster Airbus stick. I find the Phoenix to work best with that. Okay, clear right side, clear left side.
Ground hello, Austrian 307 Delta, stand Foxtrot to 6, request pushback.
Hello, Austrian 307 Delta, push and start approved, blue line.
Push and start approved, blue line, Austrian 307 Delta.
Also on 5, it's going to take us about 2 minutes due to pushback problems, but in 2 minutes we'll start pushback.
Okay, we will just wait a tiny bit with the rest of the procedure over here. So next up we turn on to Echo, which is going to be next to the right.
Give away company aircraft from left to right, Austrian Zulu.
Zulu, this call was not for you. Break. Austrian 3 Golf Tango. Give way to company Airbus D21, right to left.
Austrian 3 Golf Tango. That does not sound like us. Is that anything for us here? No, seems to be over there at the runway. That looks, yeah, I can see why someone has to give way there. Okay, so first to the right over here, and then we can taxi all the way to the holding point. Complicated taxi. Vienna, I don't know, is one of those airports that are really large and complicated that I just don't fly to very often. So navigating the ground over here is always a little bit of a challenge, but we made it. So, one aircraft, and that's all there is. Perfect, I think then we can expect the intersection, so no changes to the departure briefing then. And flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral. Full left, full right, neutral. Rudder, full left, full right, neutral. Okay, now let's do the procedure.
Optimal Zulu, could I get gate Fox support possible?
So the cabin is ready, taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, conv 2. Radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto, engine mode selector, norm, ECA memo, takeoff no blue.
Tower 123.8, I love your stream, bye bye.
123.8, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, bye now. Wien Tower, Servus, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, ready, able, Bravo 10.
36 Papa Sierra, Wien Tower, Servus, continue.
Continue and confirm Bravo 10 approved, or do we take the full length?
Yes, approved.
Bravo 10 approved, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra.
With Echo Mike, contact radar 134.675, bye.
Oh, it's radar 34.675, dispatch,
So 34675 is pre-selected.
Disregard us to 4 Hotel Mike, also for you, contact the radar 134.675, bye-bye.
Okay, that's Bravo 10 over here. I do not see anybody on the approach. Well, there is one, but I think he's still quite far out, so with a bit of luck we're gonna get our clearance straight away. Austrian 6 Papa Sierra is ready for an immediate.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, no, yeah, disregard 350 degrees, 9 knots, runway 34, clear immediate takeoff.
Runway 34, clear immediate takeoff, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Of course, when you first said no need, I stopped the aircraft, so now... Yeah, okay, 6 month final is not a problem. In any case, lineup checklist, please. Takeoff runway.
Kilo Wien Tower.
That's runway
Air
34, Bravo
Hook,
10,
reduce
TCAS,
final approach
TARA, PAX 1 and 2, off, lineup checklist complete. Okay, I think we can just let it roll. So, ready? Takeoff. Manflex 48, SS runway, A thrust blue. Thrust set. 100 knots. Checked. Lovely acceleration here. V1, rotate. Positive climb, gear up. Nav, checked. Autopilot 2. Thrust climb, auto thrust. So, pack 1 on.
Runway Yankee Kilo, wind 350 degrees 9 knots, from Mexico, clear to land, brake, Athletic Passagiera, contact radar 134, that's music 6.5.
Okay, do you read back Ryanair? With the brake, I need to do the read back second.
Contact radar 134.675.
134.675, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, Servus.
Runway Kilo, wind 350 degrees 9 knots, from Mexico, clear to land.
Yeah, that's the wrong radio. So 134.675. Okay, flaps 1.
Banana 78, go right with you.
Got a little bit carried away here from the
Banana 78, request your approach
ATC, so flap 0. Speed check, flap 0. Wien Radar, Servus, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, 3600, climbing 5000.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, Wien Radar, Servus identified, climb flight level 230.
Climb flight level 230, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. 3000 blue. Okay then. Out of Vienna. En route to Warsaw. Can already start turning a couple of the lights up. It's about getting that time of the day again.
Austrian 978, proceed direct Whiskey 971, and you can expect your approach on 34.
And Dresden West, do you turn the packs?
971 and expecting your approach on 34.
On every departure off. Okay, yes, we turn the packs off for every departure normally.
Cross format fine at speed 160 knots.
160 knots to 4, completely single zero.
Turning the packs off just provides a little bit of load relief on the engines and reduces the fuel consumption a little bit while also giving you extra takeoff thrust. So it's a win-win situation. The only loser by turning the packs off is the engineering, because they will have to replace the pack valves a little bit more often. But there's worse things than that, right? And Patrick, what is the time to retract the flaps when you take off? When you're above the F speed, you go to flaps 1, and when you're above the S speed, you go to flaps 0.
Wien Radar Servus Austrian to Bravo with you, flight 140 inbound Natex, information India for Vienna.
SB2008, yesterday I was talking about a Frankfurt scenery I was using. Which one was it? It was the scenery from Virtual Fra.
Directing Whiskey 972, expecting straight in ILS 34, Austrian to Bravo.
And Hans Beck, am I going to test the Mosa Airbus joystick with a force feedback base? I doubt it. Airbus doesn't have force feedback. The Airbus stick does not have force feedback, so I'm kind of surprised that someone actually releases an Airbus stick with force feedback if the real plane doesn't have it. But okay, each to their own.
Lufthansa 901 Alpha, cleared near to 5 November transition. Proceed direct Whiskey Whiskey 985.
Okay, set standard. Standard cross-check passing flight level 100 now. Okay, the nose is coming down. Looks fairly good weather. Seatbelts off.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra recycle squawk 4604.
Squawk 4604, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. Okay, that's 4604. Okay, then clear and copy. Clear, clear. Here's everything clear. And copy. So, cruise 360, optimum 360, maximum 374. Looks good to me. And then Echo Papa Whiskey Alpha, runway 33. And here we go. So, 270 miles to run. So it should be a quick flight today. What's our estimated arrival time? 18:20. I think that is just about the schedule. Yeah, 18:20 is the schedule. But look at that, the flight was planned to be rather on time as well. Austrian schedules seem to be pretty tight. In the last flight as well, we pushed almost on time, and we just arrived on time at the gate as well. So those Austrian schedules are quite a challenge to keep up with. I've planned the entire live stream today so that we land at Warsaw, so that we land at Vienna again, exactly at 20 UTC, which is when the event is going to end over there. So we really gotta ensure that we do operate on time today. And talking about that, since we have a night curfew, we are going to operate on time today. Costinix 100, here we go. 1 minute off. It's not the world, but it's something. And Rich Corral, am I using a physical checklist or from memory? I'm using the checklist from the Airbus EQRH, which I have on my EFB, which I have in front of me here.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, no further ATC, monitor Honeycomb 122.8, Servus.
122.8, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, Servus, bis später. So, 1228, 1215, just about perfect. Okay then. So, a little bit of silence definitely can hurt. Can we take any good shortcut here? Not really, huh? Maybe over there. That might be able to shove off another minute of flight time. Okay, first though, let's climb up to flight level 360. So that's 360 blue. Looks like such a short cruise again. But that's fine with me. If we spend a little bit more time at the lower altitudes, then we fly a bit faster as well. So that's definitely not going to do any damage here. Sean, do I enjoy flying the A330 or the 737 MAX more in real life? Definitely the A330. It's so much more pilot-oriented. And Zamu, you're right, you're only allowed to retract the flaps after the thrust reduction. Unless the thrust reduction altitude is significantly above the acceleration altitude, which can happen as well. In that case, you can retract the flaps before thrust reduction as well. And Dar Aviator, any more CRJ ops in the future? Well, if they release an update to the plane, most definitely. If they don't, then maybe. I can't promise it yet. There's quite a couple of interesting aircraft I want to cover, so we'll see about the CRJ. Also, with a bit of luck, we might get to do a freighter anytime soon. And I'm not talking 727 here, even though that one is rather nice as well. But you guys didn't show too much interest into the... You guys didn't show too much interest into the 727, so I didn't do more videos on it, but I really like that one. And Huntsback is the Phoenix study level. Yeah, definitely. Just received a private message here from someone saying thank you for the YouTube content. Okay, wonderful. So we're up and in the air again. I really like how the light shines onto those standby instruments over here. That gives it a really neat touch to it. I can't really say exactly what it is, but... And Peter, you're flying over my head at Latva. Okay, so you gotta be living somewhere right down here, huh? That village? Has to be, I think. Well, neat. Alex P453, any guess on the next Phoenix project? Not really. Well, I can guess, but that's really just that, a guess. I would hope A330. I would think Airbus Neo. Doing the A320 Neo and the 19 and 21 Neo would just be a more logical progression, if you ask me. Especially if they decided to do the A321 Neo. Because that plane obviously is a long-haul aircraft, so it would make sense to do that in my opinion. And it wouldn't be too much extra work compared to what they have right now. On the other hand side, doing an A330 would be a huge load of additional work, since the systems are quite different in the end. Or rather, the system architecture is. Things like the FMS obviously are similar, or the electronic flight instrument system, but the system architecture, everything you have up here, while it looks similar, is rather different in the background. So, in my opinion, it would make most sense for Phoenix to do the A321 Neo next, because it would be a long hauler and not too much extra work. And of course, the step to the A320 and A319 Neo wouldn't be too great either, so they could have those aircraft out rather quickly as well. Would make sense in my opinion, but then again, it might be something completely different as well. We'll always have to keep in mind how Phoenix operates. The entire systems in their aircraft are based on the ProSim systems, so they don't have systems developers, but Phoenix buys the software from other developers. So we gotta have a look at what's available on the market for, you know, that kind of third-party systems that they could buy. And the 747 might be one choice, because of that, I forgot the name, that €400 or $400 747 flat panels in there. I forgot the name about it. It's a really good system simulation. On the other hand side, PMDG is also doing a 747 already, which is in development now. So PMDG would probably release first, and I don't think that there would be room for 2 study level 747s on the market. So going into competition there wouldn't make much sense. So I think Airbus Neo is the most reasonable idea there. And Konali, exactly, the Aerowings 747. You name it. And Hans, yes, of course PMDG is study level. Of course it is. And the Aviator, you will absolutely see 747 content here on the channel. I just can't promise exactly when. Obviously when the airplane comes out, straight away. Okay, looking at our route of flight, I have a feeling that this part of the cruise there is just not enough. Let's put that altitude down a bit, say flight level 300. Down there we are flying much faster as well. Hello, 300. Why isn't it doing that? Come on, Airbus. I should not need to turn the FCU altitude down to change the altitude, but I have a feeling that's the Phoenix logic. Yeah, it is. Yeah, this looks nicer for the cruise, doesn't it? Especially if we get a left-hand turn here. And Peter, out of almost real HW and motion, is level D sim anywhere close to Phoenix in terms of system simulation and graphics? Well, system simulation, the real world full motion sim is of course better than the Phoenix, because the Phoenix does have quite a couple of bugs in the FMS and stuff like that. Of course the real one does not have those. The real sim, I mean. And the graphics, well, I mean, there aren't many graphics that you could compare with Phoenix in a full flight simulator. The cockpit, of course, is the real cockpit. And the outside world, well, comes from Microsoft Flight Simulator here as well. But the outside world is much more simplified in the real simulator. And Zamo, an A340 would be a gap in the market, because Aerosoft and Indie builds already have the 330 covered, but for the 340 there's only Latin VFR. Actually Aerosoft is doing the A340 now. We can see that on their funding that they received from the government. They updated that. They removed the A321neo and they have included the A340 over there now. So Aerosoft is doing an A340. And doing the A340 for Phoenix would be a heck load of work. The logical progression would be to do the A330 next, and then the A340, because you can slowly build up your product on that. The 330 is more similar to the 320 family, and then you can progress on to the A340. But who knows? And Hans Beck, on which sim are the real simulators running? They have their own custom software. They don't run on any of the stuff that we have here in our flight sim world. Okay, so there is currently no en route center online yet in Poland. They are booked, but only to come online in 22 minutes. So I tell you what, if there is currently no ATC online over there, then we might as well just fly direct up here to Lokta in order to shorten our flight time a little bit and make up a little bit of that delay here. So Lokta direct 2, and I will use a beam points on this one. Okay, beautiful. Alright, so what's our arrival time now? 15. Beautiful, so that shoved off some 5 minutes, so we might just about arrive on time. Schedule was 20, I believe. Yeah, the schedule is 20, so if we land at 15, that's just about perfect. Of course, flying lower makes us much faster. If we fly a high indicated airspeed, that is, and a high cost index. And that direct here, that has also driven off a minute or something. And Babel Benjamin, any knowledge on Aerosoft's Frankfurt and when can we expect it? I've seen the scenery in action at the FS Expo, and it really needed a lot of optimization at that point, so I'm afraid I don't really have an estimate there as to how long that might take. I'm sorry. I don't think I have one there. And Zamo, what are beam points even useful for except for fuel checks? Well, exactly that. Fuel checks. That's what we use them for. And of course, if air traffic control wanted you to report a waypoint, even though they've cleared you to a later one, you can still use them for that as well. Even though you could do that through the fixed page as well, but I do like that. And Vui Toy, is there a flight simulator possibility for private persons with the quality of the real-world simulators, but the graphics of Microsoft Flight Simulator? If money doesn't play any role. Huh. I don't think so. I really don't think so. The problem is the real simulators are closed systems. You don't have any interfaces that you could use to hook them up to MSFS. But then again, the real simulators aren't perfect either, so the taxi physics are quite horrible in any real sim I've encountered, and the flight physics are overdone as well. They intentionally make them more difficult to fly, so that when you master the sim, you will feel that the real airplane is a piece of cake. So I don't think that any real sim could be hooked up with the graphics of MSFS, no. It would be against the principle of the closed loop system. And mach out star. Now, someone's asking, how often do you fly VFR in real life? Not that much anymore. Not that much anymore. So, alt truth. In my airline it's not allowed to fly VFR, so... And I don't really do private flying anymore because I just don't have the time. I really want to start flying gliders again, but just no time available. And Konali, yeah, people did connect the AeroWings 747 to MSFS, that is true. But then again, AeroWings is good, but not, you know, not a real sim. I'm talking about actual airline simulators here, not any computer entertainment toys. Because, unfortunately, those are still what they are. Okay, so, let's see. Lokta. Gotta find that arrival. 5 uniform, is that it? Nope. Okay, so there's just one more. Lokta 5 Victor. That looks about like it, doesn't it? Oh, runway 33? No. So it's gotta be 5 uniform. I think that's it, yeah. So for the approach, ILS Zulu runway 33. And last but not least, we need the ground charts. So here's the airport, and here's the taxi and the parking stands. So let's just go over the arrival quickly here. Lockdown max 280 below flight level 190. I'll make it quick, I promise. So below 190, 280. And then we've got waypoints A21, MCEL, Folfa, and then the downwind. So we have 821, MCEL, Folfa, and the downwind. So from there we join the ILS Zulu, approach runway 33. Starting out at Whiskey Alpha 529, 3000, 3-degree glide. And that's exactly what we have. And the go-around is straight out to Xelto, then turn left to Whiskey Alpha Romeo VOR, climbing 3000, then as directed. And that's exactly what we have. Beautiful, then I'll just make Whiskey Alpha Romeo hard on this side. Warsaw 33 is in here. Managed speed is going to be fairly high, but that's fully intentional. Well, and then a quick check over the ATIS to get the weather. And wait for it, that's going to be the runway change now. No, ILS runway 33. Looks good. And departures 29. And they say ILS Yankee approach runway 33. Huh. Okay. Yankee 33. But the rest is unchanged, huh? So the star is the same. I guess it's only the missed approach that's going to be different. Yeah, Xelto Mulza. Seems to be definitely the missed approach here. So So we'll get rid of that Zulu approach and instead ILS Yankee runway 33. Here it is. Yeah, slightly different missed approach. The rest is exactly the same. Again, climbing to 3000. Beautiful. Then let's continue over here. So, for that arrival, here's the ATIS. Wind 360, slightly variable with 6 knots. Carbock 22 degrees, 1021. So 1021, 22, and the wind. That question came up on one of the last live streams. That was, what do you enter in the FMS when you have variable winds like this? The answer is always the mean wind. So 360 at 6 knots. Like this. Okay, beautiful. So then we can go ahead and look up our minimums. Category Delta 573. Like this. Config full for sure. And MSA for our missed approach 2400. And here we got it. Alright, copy active to secondary and the extra fuel 13 minutes. Now last but not least, let's do our landing calculations. Landing down on 3-3, quite a displaced threshold over here. But we are parking somewhere here at the main terminal, so vacating anywhere here to the end is fine with me. I'm just going to use auto brakes low if our calculation shows that we can do it. So 70.7 tons, let's calculate 70.5. Like that, low auto brake, flaps full, manual thrust. Here we go, 2,100 meters. Totally fine with that. And then we'll just take any exit that fits us well. In the meantime, company message. They're probably complaining about delay factors once again. 4 minutes. I don't know. Leave me alone with that. Other 4 minutes. Here's your statistics, my friends. Obviously, we're not going to do that in real life, but sometimes you gotta make exceptions, huh? And Santi, why are there differences in different ILS approach types? And when do they use each of them? So the differences can be plenty. It can, for example, be how steep the glide slope is. In Frankfurt we have that between the Zulu and the Yankee approaches. Or it might be different missed approaches, like we have it here in Warsaw. There's really many reasons. And really, we can't list them all. There's too many of them. And Pavel Benjamin, yeah, 4 minutes is a delay. Anything from 1 minute onwards. We're not talking Deutsche Bahn here, we're talking proper transport. Okay, well, so that good stuff is out of the way. Let's do our approach briefing then. It's your turn, Captain. MSA 2400, and we're on the lockdown arrival for an ILS Yankee approach, runway 33, minimums 573, go around straight at, then a left turn out, climbing 3000, extra fuel is 13 minutes. Okay, manual approach. Yeah, flight directors on, auto thrust off. But actually, I tell you what, I want to see an autoland. We have not done any autoland with a Phoenix in a very long time. I want to see that. So let's do an autoland. We have to change it on the performance calculator, of course. Autoland. You can see that it adds quite a bit of additional... And then, of course, it's auto thrust on. So automatic landing, auto thrust on. Flaps full, stop margin is around about, what's that, 1,000, yeah, make it 900 meters. Idle reverse, auto brakes low, vacating to the right, and I have nothing special on non-standard. In terms of threats, maybe the taxi is a little bit of a threat there since I'm not too familiar with Warsaw. Don't really fly that too often. On the other hand side though, it's not too complicated here. That's it. Any questions? No? Wonderful. So that way we get to do an auto land every now and then as well. And G-Walker auto crash feature. Yeah. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. Okay though. So that's pretty much it. All we can do. For now, let's just go ahead and enjoy those beautiful views here for a bit. All the last pieces of sunlight are still up, because it is probably going to be a night landing later on. And Santi, when each type of approach is used is completely different per airport. It's not possible to make a general statement there. Okay, so reaching our top of descent, let's go down. Flight level 1900 is our first restriction, and I guess from there on we got a contact approach, so descent alt flight level 190 blue. And FS Max, after flying the 319, 320 and 321, have I developed a preference? The 319 is the greatest challenge to fly because of the very slippery behavior on final. The 320, I would say, is like the averaged aircraft. Certainly has the best performance. But then again, the 320 is what the aerodynamic construction is there. Apart from that, the 321 is just very easy to slow down because of, well, its aerodynamics. So I don't think I have a preference. I think once the initial hype around the 19 and 21 is over, I will just enjoy them all and fly all of them regularly. So we did receive a contact me here. Information Bravo. No, it says 8 is not available. No, doesn't matter, we'll tell him Bravo. Approach, good evening, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, flight level 247, descending, inbound Lokta, information Sierra, I believe.
Austrian 6 Papa Sharp, correct. Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, Warszawa, approach shadow identified. Set squawk 1000 for me. Information currently is Charlie, descent level 100.
Squawk 1000, we'll check information Charlie, descending flight level 100, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, expect ILS Yankee 33, direct Whiskey Alpha 534.
ILS Yankee runway 33, direct Whiskey Alpha 534, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. Okay, 534. Insert. That's a nice shortcut. Look at that, straight onto the final. I do appreciate these kind of directs. Of course, we are going rather fast at the moment, but that's fine with me as well. The Airbus does have a pretty good protection. It should manage not to get into the overspeed. I mean, it's only 3 knots, 4 knots, but let's monitor. Normally it should be able to do this just fine. So, seatbelts on, and it does get a little bit dark now, so let's go ahead and turn on some of the lights here as well. Looking good. And Metal Eye, it's interesting though, for Tolus the A321 is harder to slow down compared to the 19. Now who is correct? Well, that's the good question. Here's my personal guess, but note this is a guess, since I'm not type rated on the 320 family. I would guess that Tolus is correct, because the heavier an aircraft is, the more slippery it normally gets. The reason for that is that all the extra weight brings you a lot of additional energy, and you need to destroy that energy when you want to slow down. The 319 is a very light aircraft, And for this reason it does not have as much energy as the large Airbus. So it would be logical to say that TOLUS is correct if the A321 is harder to slow down. That's what my instincts would tell me. You can really notice that on any given aircraft. The heavier it is, the harder it is to slow down. A light aircraft is easier to slow down. But Phoenix says that it is the opposite way around on the 320 family. Now, of course, there is one point that kinda negates that equation, and that is aerodynamics. The length of the fuselage, in my opinion and from my physics understanding, should not play very much of a difference. But it is the only difference between the types. And G Walker, I put too much faith into the sim with the autoland working correctly. Maybe, but I want to see it. We can't say that, we can't comment on it unless we've tried it, right?
Transponder 0163 confirm after departure climb runway heading 4,000 feet altitude. Roger, after departure runway heading and 4,000 feet.
And Patrick, what would happen if your MCDU would crash and come back online without the flight plan? Well, then I would re-enter the flight plan.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, descend 7,000 feet altitude, QRH 1021, maintain high speed, you are number 1.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, descend 7,000 feet, QNH 1021, maintaining high speed below 10,000. Okay. Thruster idle, open descent, 7,000 blue. So, if ATC instructs high speed below 100, then we're definitely gonna do it. So, landing at 08 now. That's the way I like it. Okay, set QNH. QNH 1021 cross-check, passing 10,100 now. Approach checklist. Barrel reference. QNH. (1021). Seatbelts on minimum. That's Barrow 573. Auto brake, low, engine mode selector, norm, approach checklist complete.
7,000 feet altitude, QNH 1021.
Caesar, do I enjoy flying visual approaches in real life? Absolutely. Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, descend 6,000 feet.
Negative, descend 4,000 feet.
Descend 4,000 feet, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, and at 5,000 we need to reduce speed to 50.
Yes, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, speed is yours. Actually, no ATC speed restriction.
No ATC speed restriction, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. Okay, manage speed. That's what the company regulations require. You only got to keep high speed when ATC explicitly tells you to. If they say no restrictions, then you got to reduce. Because of course flying at these speeds, at these altitudes, is a little bit more dangerous than flying slower. Because if you have a bird strike, and the lower you get, the more likely it gets. The bird strike is going to have an exponentially higher impact, because always remember, the speed always counts squared in pretty much any formula.
Copenhagen, departure runway 08, Olila, 3 Charlie, squawk is 4551, initially climb 4,000.
Runway 08, Aldiza 3 Charlie, departure 4551.
So, how much below the profile are we? 2,300. Well, that shouldn't be a problem to lose. In the meantime, what is the tower frequency going to be?
6 Papa Sierra, proceed direct airlock, descend 3,000 feet.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, direct airlock, and descend 3,000 feet. 3,000 blue. Direct airlock. Insert. Neat. I do like those shortcuts. And now the simulator is lagging, and that lag has probably cost us the entire time that we would have won by going direct to airlock. But okay. And Gutem, greetings to India. My company does not mandate an ILS after sundown, but they do mandate an instrument approach. Whichever that one is. You can do an RNAV approach, a VOR approach, an NDB approach, a civilian's radar approach, just no visual approach in darkness. That's European authority requirements.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, clear ILS Yankee 33, number 1.
Clear ILS Yankee runway 33, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. Okay, there comes our opponent. But I think he has managed it very well. Should be able to get in just before him. Just gonna make sure we vacate the runway quickly then. Okay, selected speeds. My strategy is to fly all the way down to 3000 so that we remain quick. And then once we're level down here, we are going to let the speed reduce in level flight. I'm going to ignore the deceleration point up there. It would just make us slow a little bit earlier. Our runway is in sight over there. So we are good to go. No, I told you not to call us. Reset. I'm not gonna pick that up.
Okay, 1319 or
1000 to go. Managed speeds, vertical speeds, minus 1000. Approach phase should activate itself any moment as we overfly the decel point down here. And we're cleared for the ILS. Approach mode armed, Cat3 dual, autopilot 1-2, glide stop and localizer blue. Okay, and the speed slowly starts coming back. Wonderful. The approach checklist was completed already. What else could you ask for? This? Or rather... this? Nah, let's go back to the front, shall we? I'm not gonna land it like that. Alt. Flaps 1. Speed checked. Flaps 1. And Jablinski, hi. Yes, we will fly back to Vienna.
Okay, then 1319,
Lockstar.
3000 feet.
Okay, the wind is exactly cross. Now 10 miles out. Flaps 2. Let's reduce 180. Make sure that we don't get too slow here. Lock. Glide slope star. Go around altitude 3000 set. Okay, both autopilots are engaged. Stable gate is 1000 feet for the automatic landing. I think we are looking pretty good like that.
Okay, LM 1319, turn left, heading 360, clear ILS Yankee 33.
And G Walker, why is the cabin pitch black? Well, that's because they do turn off the lights for the landing at night, remember? Okay, manage speed. Time to slow it down. Gear down.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, confirm established.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, iPhone was just about to call you.
Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, roger, contact tower 118.305, bye-bye.
118.305, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, see you later.
Sure.
There 1163.
Flaps 3. Speed check, flaps 3. Target evening, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, ILS, runway 33. Flaps full.
Hello, Occasion Tower, runway 33. Cleared land, wings 360 degrees, varying between 330 and 060. 6 knots.
Runway 33, clear to land, Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. Landing checklist, ECA memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete. And don't these lights look absolutely wonderful over here? MSFS is just such a beauty. And you guys are right. FO seat. Wait a moment. We were on the FO seat when we departed, weren't we? Why are we... Okay, doesn't matter. In case of an automatic landing, the captain is pilot flying anyway, so it's just a feature. So, stable through 1000.
KLM 1319, hello, open to traffic, continue approach number 2. Wind 360 degrees 6 knots, varying between 330 degrees and 060. Pursuing traffic 5 miles ahead.
So, during the automatic landing, the captain would exclusively be looking outside in order to see the runway. The first officer would exclusively look at the instruments and then make any call out that you for any FMA change that you get up here. Most notably, flare and rollout. Apart from that, the SOP is pretty much exactly the same that you would have on any normal landing as well.
Warsaw, Country Tower, Dzień dobry, lot 3 on gate 21 with information Charlie, request you for clearance to Chicago.
300.
So land is the last call out from the captain, thereafter it's the FO doing the call outs on the FMA. Continue. We are still flying technically a Cat 1, so we had to use the barometric minimum here, not the radio minimum. Okay, now let's see what's going to happen.
Runway 29,
flare.
Oli 6, squawk 4540.
Rollout. Okay, spoiler, reverse green, decel. Well, that was quite a good landing. Excellent job, Phoenix. $70 knots. Manual brakes. Autopilot disconnect, and off we go. Austrian 6 Papa Sierra, we're vacating to the right over here. Not sure if that's Sierra 2. We'll hold short Alpha.
Yes, it's Sierra 2.
Awesome, thank you.
KLM 1319, runway 3.
Okay, and here we are. So, back to the FO seat now.
76 Papa Sierra, taxi stand 18 via Alpha Oscar Mike.
Stand 18, Alpha, Oscar, and Mike. Austrian 6 Papa Sierra. So, Alpha is over here. And Oscar. There seems to be a couple of Oscars. And Mike is over here, so assume that Oscar. Yeah, that's gotta be Oscar over here. So we go to the right over here, and then Oscar is gonna be in the middle of the apron. Okay, wonderful. And Rich, yes, the A320 is equipped with a 3-axis autopilot, so you do have auto rudder on the rollout during an auto land. But we have to vacate the runway ourselves. It doesn't do that automatically.
Facing north.
Facing north, QNH1021,
Okay. Well, and that's about it. So, lights out. We'll delay the APU start a tiny bit here until we turn onto Oscar. And Oscar should be in the middle of the terminal and stand 18, so I think it should be this one on the left over here. Would be nice if there actually was any taxi sign here, but they all just say 36 right. Not entirely sure, but I think this should be Oscar, even though there is no taxiway sign here. The one over here? Yeah, Oscar. Here it is. Looking good. Okay then, GSX. That apron 3 over here? Most likely, huh? Gate 18. No follow me. Handling by. I don't know any of those operators, so we'll just take what we have. Okay, so 16 over here. Let's start the APU. After landing checklist. Radar and predictive wind shear. Off. After landing checklist complete. So 17, then the next one is going to be 18. And indeed I can see a couple of persons and equipment over there at the gate, so that's probably going to be ours. It is 18. Lights off. In the real life it's much easier to see something on the ground when you turn the lights off.
Polish Report 110, taxi Uniform Zulu, hold short of Alpha.
Uniform Zulu holding short of Alpha, Polish Report 110.
Okay, A321 on the guidance system. Why are there two guidance systems? Which one do we have to follow now? That one tells me turn right, that one tells me turn left. Wonderful. Okay, I have no idea. Well, let's take that one. That has meters on it, that makes it more interesting to me. And it seems to be positioned a little bit nicer as well next to the gate sign. That was an interesting one. Okay, brake set, APU running, shutdown. Cutting through, all doors in park. Okay. So, welcome to Warsaw. One more flight completed. And we definitely do need some light over here. So, 20%. And all the slides are disarmed now. Beautiful. So, 21 degrees. Yeah, it's dark outside, so let's go ahead and turn the APU off. I think it should be fine. Okay, parking checklist, please. Park and brake our trucks. Brake set, engines, off, wing light, off, fuel pumps, off. Parking checklist complete. Welcome to Warsaw. And now, let's turn back to the captain's seat. I know you guys like that one more. I do appreciate changing seats every now and then, though. Okay, so deboarding should be in progress, should it? Yes. And they are coming down here with the equipment as well. So, on block at 13, so we are 7 minutes early. And that is beautiful. Alrighty, so a couple of people talking about unmanned flight. That's interesting in the comments. I just got to read up on that before I go ahead with my flight planning. We arrived early, so we have a little bit of time to spare here. In the meantime, though, we do have a company message, so that's got to be the arrival message, I guess. It is the arrival message. Oh, hello there. Of course somebody spawns directly within us. Standby 1. Gotta get rid of him. NDF 18 Mike Golf. Ah, and he's gone. Perfect. He looked up and noticed. I like that. Alright, transponder off and 2000. On block at 12. Perfect, here we are. And Rich, no, you don't need to be worried about automatic taking over at all. That is gonna take very, very long. Maybe for some cargo aircraft, but for passenger services, we are not going to. We're not going to see that happen. We will see reduced pilot operation, maybe down to 1 pilot at some point in 2050 and later. But by that time, let's be honest. By that time, we don't have to worry at all. Okay, so, funnily enough, the call sign for the return flight is just Austrian 6 Papa. And, well, that one is available. So let's go ahead and plan our next sector. So, it's going to be Austrian 632, and it's from Warsaw to Vienna. We're in an A321, and it's got to be the CFM version of it. Oscar Echo Lima Bravo Foxtrot, call sign Austrian 6 Papa, and the cost index is 30. I don't think we need to increase that, since we are running pretty much on schedule today. Scheduled flight time is 1 hour and 15 minutes. Runway 29 departure, runway 34 for landing. Looks good. Passengers, let's not make it too many. 164. We're gonna have a couple open seats then. At least that means all the standbys are going to get along today. Okay, calculate and compare. And flight level 340 planned. Can that be right? 340? Yeah, it can. Okay. Alternate? No, not Frankfurt. Definitely not. Guards. I think that's the one. Calculate and compare. And look at that. We're saving 1,727 kilos. Wonderful, isn't it? What I find most interesting about these comparisons here, you can see that we are uplifting less fuel, but how much less do we actually burn? Well, that is what you can see on the difference on the trip fuel over here, which is minus 41 kilos. So it's not all that much, but if you take into account a ton of fuel currently costs about 1,800 US dollars. So 41 kilos already saves you $100 just by making a more proper alternate planning. That's how you save money in aviation. Okay, so off-block time scheduled at 45. Should be able to do that without many problems. Generate flight. And Fat has asked, which scenery is that? That's Warsaw from Fly Too High. Alright, so that flight plan over here is looking good. Then let's go ahead and pre-file on VATSIM. And here we go. File flight plan. Beautiful. Okay, so with that our flight plan is prepared. Let's go ahead and import it into our EFB, and then we are going to see about our fuel next. So import next flight. Warsaw to Vienna in 27 minutes. So nice and relaxed. And Caesar, do you plan on performing flights on stream outside of the EU? At some point, but we'll see, we'll see. I do them every now and then. So think about the cross the land, for example, Mexico City to... where did we fly again? Quito. Just as one example. But flying outside of the EU, there's one big problem. Either I gotta stay awake until, you know, midnight my time to start the stream and then stream till 4 AM so that I catch the ATC in the US, or I gotta stream at noon in order to catch ATC in Asia, and both ways are not the time where my audience is primarily online. So that's a bit of a pity there. Alright then, weather for our flight. Vienna is very good and Graz has some thunderstorms tomorrow morning, nothing to worry about. And with that we can make a decision on our fuel. And honestly, I do not think that Vienna is too busy. I haven't checked, but I don't think it's going to be too busy. So let's take 6,000 kilos here. And we can always commit to landing in Vienna if we need to. So 6,000 kilos it is. Still deboarding, it seems. Fine with me. Apply. We'll just have to wait until these guys are finished with their deboarding. Okay. Couple guys are asking about what a cost index is. Now, cost index is the ratio of the cost the airline has per hour to the cost of the fuel. And the resulting ratio basically dictates how much or how costly you operate the flight. In other words, how fast do you fly? Okay, so as we do have a little bit of time available, looks like that's the last few passengers here. Oh no, new ones are spawning all the time. By the way, is that an Austrian uniform? Wow. Those Atarium repaints just impress me over and over and over again. Not only does he do very nice cabins on top of the outside, but look at that, even the uniform of the flight attendants. Now that's really cool, isn't it? It's really, really cool. Okay, that's the right focus? No, just joking. Alright. Well, so... Then, Ethan, very interesting question. Today I got a survey on ChartFox. It seems they will try to bring a chart subscription in £2 to £4 range, likely based on Jefferson, Lido or Nav Blue. Do you think they can do it? Whether they can do it really just depends on how much they want to invest, so I'm sure they can do it. The only question is, does it make sense to do it? Because there is already one new competitor for Navigraph, and if we are completely honest, FS24 is going to include Lido charts by default. So if you get those charts by default, then why would you purchase a third-party chart subscription? And that's the big question over here. And that's a question that I honestly can't really answer. So, well. And Boudwin, which ATC program do you like the most next to VATSIM? Honestly, none. I tried Beyond ATC. I tried a couple other ATC programs over the past as well, and just none of them was realistic. I do fly without ATC if there is no ATC available on VATSIM. I think that's more realistic, because at least you can fly proper procedures then. So yeah, that's that. Oh man, it's relaxing. We're sitting here, don't have anything to do, no rush. I do like that. Maybe I should sometimes plan a little bit longer turnarounds and no 25-minute things. But to be completely honest, I think we should probably get right into it again. In the meantime, though, there is one more very interesting question that I just want to answer, and that's from PewDiePie. How does the MCDU calculate the descent speed? I'm asking because yesterday on the way to Hamburg, the speed was incredibly low. How does it do it? So, a couple of factors go into it. The cost index is the main one, determining how high or low the speed is going to be. The lower the cost index, the lower the speed. Now, next up is, of course, the weight and the descent winds, respectively the forecast descent winds. So if you have a low cost index and a low gross weight, and then you have some tailwinds, then you can get incredibly low airspeeds. On the 737 MAX, that is actually quite impressive. The NG doesn't do that. On the NG, the descent speed is exclusively cost index dependent, but on the MAX, it's dependent on all those other factors as well. And in the MAX, the speed can be as low as 220 knots. Now, of course, that means that you will be descending for some 35 minutes or so, but due to the low speed, you have a very low drag, and this in turn leads to the engines being on idle for a very, very long time. And Rich Coral, am I using lifetime and real-world flight times? Yes, the simulator runs in real time, and I'm using the real-world scheduled block time, but I've changed the actual schedule to match the time of the live stream and the time where ATC was online. And William, how do you select the cost index? It's determined by the airline. The pilots can change it at their discretion, but normally we just fly at the cost index that the airline gives us. Unless we are exceptionally delayed, then you might increase it. And Wootopia, in SimBrief it is also possible to choose a Mach number. Is that realistic? Yeah, absolutely. Mostly happens over certain spaces of the Earth, such as the North Atlantic or remote areas, basically. But normally you fly based on a cost index, and then on those areas like the North Atlantic where you fly an assigned Mach number, then that's going to be planned from dispatch as well. Alright, so all that good stuff out of the way, I think we are scheduled to go off block in 19 minutes, so how about we just start to prepare the aircraft for the next sector. Now you can see 19 minutes is really easy going there. And Boudwin, no, unfortunately I don't know how the default ATC in FS24 is going to be. I'm sorry for that. But to be honest, I would imagine not very good. That's guessing though. Okay. Let's take a seat again and start to do a little bit of work. So everyone is deboarded. I am just going to do a reset over here so that GSX doesn't mess it up. Reset position, mass and balance, fuel 6000, apply and load aircraft through GSX. Wonderful. So that's work in progress now. Preliminary load sheet is here. Austrian 6 Papa, Warsaw to Vienna, Oscar Echo Lima Bravo Fox, and that's the correct aircraft. 2 and 4, we talked about the 4. Even though Austrian only has 200 seats, that means 4 cabin crew is actually acceptable over here. But I do think they fly with 5 nonetheless. Maybe. And Joseph, no, I really don't think that NavBlue is going to make flight sim subscriptions to the real-world Airbus performance tools available. I really don't think so. Would be very nice, but honestly, they're not interested in that kind of stuff. Not for flight simming. Or rather, not for personal entertainment flight simming. Maybe if you found a flight school. Okay, so that stuff's done. Then Austrian 6 Papa, cost index 30, cruise level 340. Then flight plan via Vienna, runway 29er, Vienna 7 Golf, insert. And then going into Vienna, we'll have the ILS approach runway 34 once again. And I tell you what, it's trainee night. Why don't we give them something? Let's do an RNAV approach. A trainee gotta be able to handle that, right? They want to practice, don't they? Okay, so, what do we have? Mikov 8 Whiskey. Here it is, and which transition is it gonna be? I think it's Nadu, but let's cross-check. No, Marbot. Okay, so Marbot 5 November. Insert. Looking good. So, secondary flight plan, copy the active. Once again, let's go ahead and grab our engine out information. Thank you very much, Blackbox711, for providing that super awesome website here. Okay, so this time we're in Warsaw. Runway 29er, runway track 25 miles and hold, acceleration in 1900, noise abatement procedure 2. Beautiful. Okay, so, well, that's gotta be Warsaw X3 then. Based on Echo Papa Whiskey Alpha 29er slash, what's the runway track? 288. And 25 miles ahead. So, Whiskey Alpha Whiskey X-Ray 3, here we go. And we can pick up a holding over there, 288 inbound. Here we go. Immediate return, Echo Papa Whiskey Alpha as new destination. And that was the Yankee approach runway 33. Wonderful. Okay, then let's go ahead and insert the extended center line over here as well. Warsaw 29, 288, And Whiskey Alpha Whiskey X-Ray 3. I think the departure is completely based upon area navigation, so let's go ahead and find out about that. Warsaw, get rid of the arrival, and departure. No, that's not it. Vienna 7 Golf. Here it is. Yeah, completely on area navigation, nothing conventional. So, waypoint 901, max 200 above 1500. And that's what we have. And thereafter, waypoint 921 above 5000, FDEX. Nipos above 180. And finally towards Vienna. Climb to 6000. Here we go. And that's that part already. So last but not least, performance. Let's see the preliminary load sheet. That's probably easier than doing anything else here. Menu, received messages, load sheet. Okay, so 64.8. And the CG is going to be 26.4. Fuel, 6,000 kilos. And then our fuel figures here, 0.3, 1.4, 1.3. So 0.3, 1.4, 1.3. Wind data uplink, and finally the performance. So Warsaw 29er, synchronized preliminary, synchronized weather, intersections, we only have the full length available. Okay, calculate that. Well, so flaps 2, 56 degrees, 46, 46, 49. No, sorry, 46, 48, 49. So, noise abatement 2 and engine out acceleration at 1900. Perfect. So, that's all there is to it. Let's see if they do have the PDC available over here. So, ATC request, PDC, gate number 18, station Echo Papa Whiskey Alpha, ATIS. Let's see what the latest ATIS really is. Information Delta 1800, standard stuff. When airborne, contact 128.805. Okay. And good evening. So, wait a moment, that's not the correct call sign and city pair. Let's initialize the data over here. I think we probably messed that up. 6 Papa, Warsaw to Vienna. That's looking much better. Okay, so Warsaw, Vienna, Austrian 6 Papa, Info Delta, Gate 18, good evening, A321, Station Warsaw. Sent. Beautiful. Rich Corral, how do I know which emergency waypoint to choose? For example, Munich X3 or X4. It's based on the alphabetic order of the runways. So, for example, in Munich, 08 obviously comes before 26, and then L comes before R, and like that you can deduct which one the correct one would be. Okay, fueling is complete here. 6,000 kilos are on board. Der Tankvorgang ist beendet. Refueling is complete. Company message. Well, that's probably just going to be the PDC, the automatic reply to the PDC request. Yep, it is. But nothing's coming over here. I think he's probably not using it. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and request clearance via voice then. So 18305, they don't have a ground controller over here. Okay, Tower, good evening. Austrian 6 Papa information Delta, request clearance to Vienna.
Austrian 6 Papa, hello, clear destination Vienna, departure runway 29, Vienna 7 Golf. Squawk 1000, initial climb 6000, info Delta.
Austrian 6 Papa, clear to destination via Vienna 7 Golf departure, squawk 1000, initial climb 6000, Delta's on board.
Austrian 6 Papa, you are correct.
Okay, well, that was easy. So, Vienna 7 Golf, confirmed, squawk 1000. And the initial climb 6000, we do have that. Perfect.
North fly 18 Mike Golf.
So, that's all there is to it. In the meantime, I've just entered our landing runway over here, so Warsaw runway 33. And RS2020 has asked, what is the emergency waypoint? That's the one we're using in case of an engine failure in order to ensure obstacle clearance. So you may, in case of an engine failure, not be able to follow the SID. For example, that 1,500 feet restriction over here. We would not be able to make that if we had an engine failure at V1. So for this reason, you have the you do have those emergency waypoints, which are determined by the airline in order to set up a routing that you can fly in case you have such a failure. And Gutam, do pilots not get sleepy on long journeys? Of course you do. But you gotta sleep well before the flight, and well, then you gotta get yourself through with coffee or cola or whatever. And of course you can do controlled rest as well. Okay, starting APU. So what's the status here? I do believe they still had the doors open, yeah. What's going on over there? Loading the last batch of bags. Excellent. Liebe Gäste, einen schönen guten Abend. Aus dem Cockpit hier spricht Ihr Kapitän. Mein Name ist Emanuel, im Namen der Austrian. Herzlich willkommen an Bord von Flug 632 nach Wien. Die Flugzeit heute ca. 55 Minuten in einer Reiseflughöhe von 34.000 Fuß. Wir möchten uns herzlich bedanken, dass Sie heute unsere Gäste sind. Lehnen Sie sich zurück und genießen Sie den Flug mit uns. Und wir melden uns dann im Anflug mit den neuesten Wetterbedingungen aus Wien. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emanuel, and in the name of Austrian, welcome aboard flight 632 towards Vienna. With me on the flight deck, a lot of eager first officers to fly you over today. We expect a smooth flight of 55 minutes length at a cruising altitude of 34,000 feet. Thank you very much for being our guests. We will get back to you with the latest weather as we approach our destination, and in the meantime, make yourself comfortable, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight with us. Okay, that's the passengers dealt with. Then let's go ahead and do our briefing. Okay, Warsaw, runway 29er on the Vienna 7 Golf departure, climbing 6,000 feet, MSA 2,400, and no extra fuel. Right, no hotspots for the taxi, stop margin for eject takeoff is not all that much. Engine outset on the runway track climbing 3,000 feet. We can come back immediately, we should be below the maximum landing weight, and I don't have any specials on standards. Do you see any threats for the departure? No? Wonderful. Cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 6,000 kilograms balanced. Seatbelts on, ADRs. Nav, Barorev, QNH 1021. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, sounds very good. And Lucas, what is the easiest way for a pilot to remember things that ATC says? Do you often use paper and pens, tablets, or maybe even from memory? Well, for certain things, like if ATC tells you that they have a rerouting for you, you are going to get out a piece of paper and a pen. But many things like taxi clearances and so on, just write them down here in the scratch pad. Like if he says to taxi via Alpha Bravo and Charlie, write Alpha Bravo and Charlie down here. That's about as easy as it gets, isn't it? Okay, I just saw that our load sheet arrived, so let's go over here, load sheet. In compliance with edition number 1, zero fuel weight 64.8. And we have 64.8, and the CG 26.4, which we have as well. Takeoff weight 70.6, and we have 70.6 in here as well. Accept, and that means our previous takeoff calculation remains valid, and we have a takeoff CG of 24.2. Down here is about 1 point, make that 1 up. So slash up 1. Very well, here we go. Okay, APU available. Parking brake is already set. Let's get GSX to prepare the position. Okay, interesting question from Peter. Do you need to have some special diet to keep the Class A medical? No, not, well, to a certain extent. But you know, if you just eat normally, if you eat a pack of crisps every day, that might become a problem. But apart from that, nothing to worry about. Okay, so APU is running, and I think we are about good to go.
Warsaw Tower, good evening.
And just now someone else calls. Okay.
ILS 33 Yankee.
User 103. Cześć, okończę tower, runway 33 cleared land, wind 010 degrees 8 knots.
Cleared to land, Wizard 103.
Austrian 6 Papa, stand 18, request push and start.
Austrian 6 Papa, push and start approved, QNH 1022 facing south.
Push and start approved, QNH 1022 facing south, Austrian 6 Papa. So QNH 1022 is cross-checked. Ground flight deck, go ahead.
Ready for taxi.
So push and start approved, face south, park brake set.
73 Foxtrot,
Stand by.
Right off
Before start checklist. Parking brake. Set. Takeoff speeds and thrust. V1146, VR148, V2149, flex 56. Windows. Closed. And the bacon is on and tasty. Before start checklist complete. Okay, GSX, what's the status? Continue facing south. And that's gonna be right over here. So let's see if someone's gonna troll us again. Release parking brakes. Parking brake released. So let's see what's gonna happen this time. Okay, ground, you let us know whenever we can start the engines, please. Roger. And Andrew Meyer, do you do much exercise to keep your medical? Not really. Not really. In 20 years I might have to, but not now. You know, all they want to see with the medical is that you're, you know, normal. Okay, we are beyond the red line. Ground flight ready to start engines. Roger, 2 and 1 in sequence. Engine 2 start. And Gutham, is it true what you've heard that both pilots have to eat different dishes to avoid a bad tummy for both? In my airline it's a recommendation but not a requirement. Normally we get whatever is left over of the business class food. And we normally get that, you know, 2 hours after they have eaten it. So if nobody dies in the business class in those 2 hours, then chances are that we are not gonna die from it either. Interesting alignment of the taxi lights over here. I wonder if that is correct. Okay, engine 1 start.
Stand 702 via Zulu and Mike.
And pushback complete, set brakes. Brake set. By the way, in terms of the food that we eat on board, the funny thing is, on the outbound flights, we're supposed to bring our own meals. But on the inbound flights to the home base, the company provides meals, and they just provide 11 times the same food. So the entire crew gets the same food.
Lot 458, dzień dobry, continue approach.
And Bootwin, did I ever try out the free program Luke Air Tool for cabin announcements? No, I didn't. But I might have to. And I never even heard of that program yet. But sounds interesting.
Runway 36, deadline 2010 degrees, 8 knots.
Okay, 2 good starts.
Foxtrot available via Sierra.
Affirmative, lot 73 Foxtrot.
73 Foxtrot, Roger, line up 29er via Romeo and wait.
This is not too hot, we can turn one of those
Line
blocks
up
off.
and wait via Romeo, lot 73.
And where is the ramp agent? Rather hard to see here. Oh, there he is. Or she, I can't even tell. The problem is you have to keep those flight deck lights on so that they can see the thumbs up signal. But I think there is hers. Okay. Well, fair enough. After start checklist.
103,
Radios off, income status.
Mike, then 702.
Checked, pitch trim. What's that? 25%? Rudder trim, neutral, after start checklist complete. Austrian 6 Papa, request taxi.
Austrian 6 Papa, taxi, Mike Echo, holding point runway 29er.
Mike Echo, holding point runway 29er, Austrian 6 Papa. See? That's how you remember that stuff. You just write it down in the scratch pad. Okay, so Mike is over here, and then Echo is down here to the full length. That's easy going. I can do that. Okay. Clear left side, clear right side, off we go. Brake check. Pressure 0. Okay, it's really not that busy on this apron. Flight control check. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Rudder. Oh, wait a moment. We still have the controls assigned to the other side. Just gotta fix that real quick. Okay, rudder. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Lot 73 Foxtrot, runway 29er, clear for takeoff, wind 010 degrees 8 knots.
No changes to the briefing.
805.
Runway 29er, clear for takeoff, approach 1 airborne 128805, lot 73 Foxtrot, dzięki, dobranoc.
Okay, waiting for the cabin.
Easy 4571, check minimum approach speed, expect late clearance, 1 departure, wind 010 degrees 8 knots.
And Master is asking, how do you learn to fly on VATSIM? There are several opportunities for that. For once, you could go to any of the VACCs and see if you can find a mentor. And here we go, the cabin is ready. So on one hand side, you could go to one of the VACCs and see if you can find a mentor, or you could just, you know, use the online materials available. Many of them provide introduction documents that teach you on how to fly. I have a series of tutorials available as well on the channel that you can use to get comfortable with it. And, you know, try to get those basics. And then see if you maybe can find your first Wings event, which is events that are specifically designed for very new people. And if you can't find any of that, you know, just try to fly between airports that are not so busy.
Lot 73 Foxtrot, contact Warszawa 132.7.
1327, lot 70 Foxtrot, dzięki, cześć.
Okay, so via Echo, and that is all the way to the full length.
Lot
Perfect.
458, welcome Okęcie. Taxi stand 21 via Mike.
In that case, taxi checklist.
Flight
Flight controls checked, flap setting, comp 2, radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto, engine mode selector, norm, ecam memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete.
Przepraszam bardzo.
No, się taka, bo tam zadania były inne. Austrian 6 Papa, line up runway 29 and wait.
Austrian 6 Papa, line up runway 29 and wait. Cabin crew, prepare for departure.
Lot 30 Zulu, stand 9 information, echo requesting clearance.
Line up checklist. Takeoff runway 29, and that's going to be the full length. TCAS, TARA, PAX 1 and 2. That's why we do the checklist. Off. Lineup checklist complete.
Easy 4571, welcome Okęcie. Continue right Alpha, Zulu and uniform.
Okay, runway 29 is confirmed.
Alpha Zulu Info 901.
And then time to line up and wait. So everything's clear on the right, and we're clear on the left as well, and the approach seems clear as well. Beautiful. Come on, plane. Don't get too slow now.
Austrian 6 Papa, runway 29 are clear for takeoff. Wind 010 degrees 8 knots, airborne. Warszawa 132.7.
Austrian 6 Papa, runway 29 are cleared for takeoff when airborne. 132.7. Bye now. Okay, ready? Takeoff.
Easy 4571, okay, continue left Alpha.
Manflex SAS, auto thrust blue.
Then via uniform.
Thrust side.
Number 1. Number 901.
Quite a bit of crosswind here. I really need quite a bit of left rudder to keep the airplane going straight now. 100 knots. Checked.
Turkish 30 Zulu ready to copy.
Ready copy, Turkish 30 Zulu.
Turkish 30 Zulu, please destination, departure.
31, rotate.
7 Golf, squawk 4553, information echo, in climb 6000 feet.
Positive climb. Gear up. Nav.
Get destination via
Check.
Chamber 7 Golf, Fox runway 29. The squawk 4553, initially 6000, Turkish 30 Zulu.
Autopilot 1.
Turkish 30 Zulu, read correct.
Wizard 402, expect right descent, turn right heading 060.
Expedite descent, turn right heading 060. 40.
Thrust line, climb, auto thrust.
Austrian 304 Warszawa, hello, radar contact, climb now, maintain level 360.
Flaps 1. Speed check. Flaps 1.
Let's climb now, maintain, and you do traffic.
Warszawa, good evening. Austrian 6 Papa 2500, climbing 6000.
Austrian 6 Papa Warszawa, good evening, identified, climb level 240.
Climb level 240, Austrian 6 Papa. 24000 blue.
Speedbird 9R5, 1 kilo, descent, 5000 feet altitude, QNH 1.
Alrighty! So, beautiful lights down here. I do really like them in this sim, huh? Okay, flaps up, speed check, flap 0. And it packs are both on, perfect. Just look at those lights. Especially all the different kinds of lights. So over here they're more orange, here they're more yellow. I really do appreciate that, huh?
Speedbird 9.1 kilo right, heading 100.
These all look pretty nice, huh? I can't even decide which point of view I want to take now. I'd say we take this one. This is best, isn't it? Okay, let's zoom that out a bit so that we get some good indications. Set standard. Standard cross-check, passing flight level 7-1 now. Okay. So, what's the deal now? Third sector, on time. Scheduled on-block is on the hour. Beautiful. Konali, you name it. Zero Alpha is always the best. Now here's a little anecdote. In the real world, when you call or when you call over the interphone with the flight attendants, they always have to identify themselves with their name and the door at which they are. So, for example, this is Anne at 1 left. 1 left would be the forward left door. As pilots, we don't really have to do that. But I just like to say 0 right. Many of them do appreciate that. And the other half probably thinks I'm an idiot, but that's okay, they do that anyway. And William, do you press the pedals in real life to stop rolling or to stop the wheels from spinning after takeoff? No, that's not needed on pretty much any large jet. On small aircraft you need to do it to avoid any gyroscopic effects, but on the large ones it happens automatically. Okay, clear and copy.
Standby, break. Speedbird 9.1 kilo, descent 4,000 feet.
Oh, there is actually something on here. Okay, cruising 340, optimum 370, maximum 383. Well, I tend to say we are fine at this altitude, but let's just make a quick check here. Yeah, look at that. We are perfectly fine at flight level 340. Just a quick check there. If I dial it up, we get about 80 miles in cruise. Yeah, happy with that. So that's flight level 240 blue again. Looks very good to me. And X onto X, it was cool to see you fly to my hometown Warsaw. Thank you. I did appreciate flying here. Very straightforward, very good ATC, and just not all that much traffic. Which is nice for a change. Vienna is going to be super busy again, I'm sure. But it is nice not to have to worry about any kind of delays here. You call when you're ready, you get your clearance, and you go. That's how I like it best. And to be honest, back in the day when I was on the 737, I flew to Poland quite a lot, and that's always some of those things that I appreciated here. No slots, free airspace. Basically, once you're in the air, you get a direct to the FIR boundary. That's exactly how I appreciate it. That's how it has to be. Very, very nice operations-wise. And also very good ground staff. We've always had timely turnarounds. I don't remember any delays due to lack of ground staff or stuff like that. They just were there. Everything worked. The passengers were at the gate when they are supposed to be there. What else can you ask for? That's how you should do it, huh? And Neen, did I enjoy flying the 737? Yeah, definitely. And Command Head, can you tell us?
Frequency 124.175.
That might have been for us.
Contact Bremen
No.
124.175.
But we should get a handoff any moment now, so...
Lot 240 Tango right, heading 130.
Command Head, can you tell us about why flying into CBs is bad, or about bad weather flying in general? I just did that extensively on yesterday's live stream, so my apologies if I don't want to go into that too extensively again.
Break of traffic, stop and contact Warsaw 125.450.
125.450, Austrian 6, bye bye.
Ryanair 791 identified, 4,000 feet, climb.
Let's see if they have CPDLC available over here. In the real world, they definitely do. Nothing in the controller info. Okay, so be it. Pushback, good evening. Austrian 6 Papa, flight level 183, climbing 240. Austrian 6 Papa, climb flight level 340 and proceed direct Navur. Please confirm that. There are 2 in Austrian 6 Papa, thanks. And you are a little bit quiet. Okay. 2 in and flight level 340 blue. Okay, looking good. I always love seeing those lights when flying at night. It's one of those things, you know, in German, when we fly down to the southern part of Africa, in German we always say Schwarzafrika, so Black Africa, to an area of about 6 flight hours that you have in between. Now, people who don't know anything about aviation are very likely here in Germany to call you a racist when you say that. But what we actually mean is that it's just black outside because there are no lights or anything for like 6 flight hours. It's like flying over the open ocean, but you know that you're over land, so that's really, really strange. Really strange. Okay, well, Zach ran free. When I talked about the delays and efficient ground operation, Zach replied, "Don't come to Manchester then." My friend, I've been to Manchester. I regretted it every single time. Sometimes you come on block and for a complete hour there is not a single ground staff there. You're standing there a complete hour without any staff. You arrived on time. Yeah, I hated Manchester. Not because of the area or the people, but just because of the lack of people. It was always a mess when you flew there.
4503, slot 74.
And Artexa, hi, good evening. My PMDG 737 always banks left or right while rotating, but without any crosswind. Am I doing something wrong? No, not really. The 737 is a 737. These things don't fly straight. Be prepared to fly it. The only reason why your Airbus does not do that is because at 50 feet the fly-by-wire takes over and keeps it straight. And Peter, will we stream any abnormal or emergency situations? 777 engine failure during ETOPS would be nice. We can look into that, yeah. And Command Head, I read on Wikipedia that it might be difficult to see CBs on the weather radar. How do pilots navigate this at night? You do see CBs on the weather radar. You do definitely see them. Don't worry about that. And the Aviator, is the UK just bad overall? I've had a few friends connect in Heathrow and the 4 times they connected their luggage was lost twice. Well, I used to be based in Edinburgh for half a year, and honestly Edinburgh was really good. Manchester was the really bad airport, and Stansted, well, I call it shitty Stansted for a reason. Stansted was not very good either, but Bristol, or what are all those others called? I keep forgetting, but I flew into so many UK airports. Many of them were very good. It really is Manchester and Stansted that didn't go very well. I can't talk about Heathrow, I haven't been there. And Darkness 353, can you use time acceleration with VATSIM? Yes, you can. But there are certain rules, like you can fly accelerated, but you must ensure that you don't run into anybody. And regardless of whom would have the right of way normally, if you fly accelerated, you gotta avoid them. Likewise, you need to turn off time acceleration before you enter a controlled airspace. But you can ask the controller if you can turn it back on again. So you can ask the controller at any time if you're allowed to use time acceleration, and they can approve or deny it. In my personal experience, most controllers do approve it, as long as there is nobody in your way. And Zach Ranfree, yeah, all parts of East Mids, Manchester and Stansted, I blame Swissport. Absolutely. That's where the word shitport really came up from. That's where I learned that term for that company.
Contact 712.7 and proceed directly on the 44 Tango, JQ2.
And Electric Soldier, how did I find Dublin, and have I been to Cork? Dublin was okay, I never had problems there, but I haven't been there too often. Like maybe 20 or 30 times or so over 5 years, but I never had a problem there. The only, let's call it, problem I had in Dublin was on a line check. We went over to Dublin, there was good weather forecast, good weather at the time of the flight planning, so we took minimum fuel, we flew over there, and then like 100 miles out from the airport they told us reduce minimum speed due to snow clearing in progress. We were like, snow? What on earth? Well, we reduced the speed, but then 30 miles prior to the airport they already told us, okay, runway is clear, and we could land. Then we landed in Dublin and there was not a single trace of snow or anything. It was just completely perfect conditions. There was no snow, not even on the ground. So nobody understood why they did that. But ultimately, of course, it wasn't a problem then. And Striking Scorp, hi, nice to see you here. Now, Neen, how old was I when I did my ATPL? 22? Question mark? Let me think. Yeah, 22. At the time I finished it, of course. And Melvin, no, unfortunately I have not visited India. Do I plan to? Well, very good question. Honestly, I'm not sure. There are so many nice places I want to visit. My airline is thinking about flying there, though. So maybe, if we do indeed get some Indian routes, then I would surely be a frequent visitor. And Captain Steve, hi Emmy, do you have everything set in MSFS to Ultra settings with your 4090? Also, do you use frame generation? Yeah, pretty much have everything in Ultra. Couple very small adjustments. You can find the exact settings on the community tab of my channel, and I do use frame rate generation, yes. Was that call for us? And Darkness 353, I do not use any head or eye tracking when flying airliners, but I do use it when flying general aviation. I have the Tobii eye tracker. And Boodwin, what monitor do I use? I wish I knew the exact model. It's an LG monitor, 42 inches, and 4K resolution, but I don't remember the exact specification, and unfortunately I bought it in a shop and not online, so I can't really look it up anymore. And Space Redux, any regrets being a pilot? Well, that's one of the more interesting questions. I would say probably no, but there are a few things, of course, when you have to get up at midnight to do a night flight on long haul and thereafter drive home for 2.5 hours after doing that flight with only 2 pilots. There are some situations where you think like, well, do I really need to do that now, or can I just switch off the alarm clock? But let's be honest over here. Had the same on short haul as well when the alarm clock rang at 3 in the morning. So overall, I'd say no. No regrets there. But of course not everything is perfect, so gotta keep that in mind as well. And pouring water, no, I do not smoke at all. There are many colleagues who do, and I'm sure it will eventually lead to problems for them, but personally I don't at all. And Neen, do I think I will do an A380 tutorial when it comes out? Oh yeah, absolutely. The A380 really is one of those aircraft that I really can't wait for. I guess I have to, but you get where I'm going with that, huh? And Striking Scorp, any big plans for the next 5 years? Well, a couple that I can't really share in public. No, it's nothing illegal. You don't need to report me to the authorities. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully changing back to the left seat, of course. 5 years should definitely be possible. Okay, 1,000 to go. Mach vertical speed plus 1,000. Now, Clinton Fernandez, what does my schedule look like? How many days on and off in terms of flying? Well, let me tell you. So, for the upcoming month, I got a reserve duty starting on the 31st, lasting until the 3rd, I believe. Then 4 days off. Then I'm flying something, but I believe it's only minimum, so 3 days. Thereafter 4 days off. Then I'm flying something again, which I believe is also a 3-day trip, followed by 2 days off, then a 4-day trip, followed by 2 days off, and then a 6-day trip down to Mauritius, which I just really look forward to. 6 days, 4 of which I get to spend at the beach in Mauritius. Lovely. That's the one trip of the next month that I'm looking forward to. Okay, mach alt cruise. And Paul, when I say 5 years to command, what does it depend on? Whether 5 years will make you sit on the left exclusively flight hours? No, not flight hours at all. I have the flight hours already. If we just go by the paper qualification, I could do the upgrade straight away. However, if we go by airline standards, then obviously there has to be a certain range of priorities. So in my airline, it's based on a point system. So all first officers count the same, and all of them collect points. And in order to become a captain, you just need to have the highest amount of points when the airline starts looking for new captains, and if you have sufficient points, then you will be invited for a command assessment. So that assessment then basically consists of a theoretical knowledge examination, of company procedure knowledge examination and of several assessment flights. And if you pass all of those, then you will be considered as an upgrade candidate. And at some point there will also be an interview there as well. And Xavi Sanchez, TCAS below. Yep, you are right. Here we go, TCAS below. Okay, so how do you collect those points then? So you get 1 point per month that you're in the airline. Then you get 1 point per 1,000 flight hours. And finally you get 1 point per age, or per year of age. So you can see that it primarily depends on seniority in the company, but your flight hours and your age also somewhat go into it. So the hours, as long as you have the minimum, they don't matter. And Zach Ranfrey, I'm not gonna answer that hint as to which airline I work for. I'm sorry for that. Now, Darkness 353, does EASA have rules on beards, or is it a per airline policy? That's completely down to the airline. EASA doesn't mind what you look like. But of course the airline can make some decisions there. And the airline might say, for example, that you must not have tattoos that are visible when you're wearing the uniform. Or the airline might say that you may only have beards in a certain way. Stuff like that. But, well, what are the rules in my airline? I don't know. I don't have any tattoos, and I don't really like beards because they're just itchy all the time, so for that reason, neither of the two is a concern for me. But I believe the rules are that you can have tattoos as long as they're not... No, actually, you can have tattoos even if they're visible in my airline. Wanted to dismally, Austrian 6 Papa, thank you very much, good evening. So, 122.8. Wonderful, silence, I like it. Top of descent in 75. We'll look into that. And Konali, flying for Air Koryo. That would make for some very interesting aircraft types, that's for sure. Perhaps some new Russian types coming soon, huh? And Striking Scorp, do I like any Soviet airliners such as the Tupolev 134? To be honest, I don't have sufficient experience with them. I would surely love to see a good rendition of a Sukhoi Sukajet, just to see what that one's like. But I don't have any particular experience there. I think the Konkordsky just looks beautiful, the Tu-144. But apart from that, honestly, yeah. And Da Aviator, good evening is Dobra Noc in Polish. Yeah, that was a little bit late. I'm sorry. So let's just check what the weather is like. Vienna, arrival Aegis, ILS 34, wind 360 at 9, Karbok 24, 1019. Easy going then. Okay, so let's just quickly prepare the charts and get ready for our arrival. So, is it Mikov 8 Whiskey? I think it is, huh? Going towards Marbot, and then we take the Marbot 6 Mike, I believe? No, Marbot 5 November. Yeah, that's it. ILS 34 is pinned already. Wonderful. So, Mikov between 6000 and 170, and then directly towards Marbot above 6000. So, that's exactly what we have, and thereafter, via a lot of whiskey points, into the downwind, all above 6,000 on the downwind with a 230 restriction there. I'm just trying to click through all of that quickly now. Don't want to make it too long for you guys. And then we join the final over here. 6,000 restriction and thereafter 4,000 and 3,000. And we do seem to have all of that. Looking good. Okay, the approach is exactly the same as last time. We've already flown it out of this database. So Fox India 3000, 3 degrees, and the missed approach straight at 9.8, then a right-hand turn back to the VOR. Which is exactly what we have. Wonderful, then Fox Mike Delta into the radio. Vienna runway 34 is already in here. 300 knots looks good for the descent. QNH 1019, temperature 24, and the wind 310 at 9. Okay, minimums 804. Remember, we're a category Delta aircraft here. So 804 it is. And in case of missed approach, the MSA up to the north is 3,600. Over Austrian territory only, I can live with that. So 3,600, here it is. 10 minutes extra, plus the entire transition. I think that's more than good to go. Auto brakes low, and well, that's it. And Striking Scorp, you're a diehard Boeing fan. Should you give the A320 series a try? Absolutely. Make that experience. If you don't want to spend money straight away, then get the fly-by-wire. It's for free. Or just use the INI builds. It's for free as well. But you really should give Airbus a chance. It's okay to have an opinion, whether you like it or not, but you can only have that after you tried it, right? And Leichtester, hey, is the A321 different in terms of hydraulics to the A320? If I'm completely honest, that's a question that I can't really answer. I would imagine no, but not 100% sure. Okay then, let's do a quick briefing here. MSA 3600, and we're coming in via the Meekov arrival and the transition for an ILS approach runway 34. Minimums 804, go around trajectory straight ahead 9.8, and then right to the VOR climbing 5000. Extra fuel for 10 minutes. Okay, this time we're going to do a manual landing again. Flight directors on and manual thrust. Config full, stop margin is 1700 roundabout. Idle reverse, outer brake low, planned runway exit to the left. If there is no traffic behind us, we'll take the fourth exit. If there is traffic behind us, we'll just take where the auto brake gets us to. No hotspots, except for maybe not understanding the gate numbers. But not a lot we can do to mitigate that. Nothing special, nothing non-standard. Any threats? Nope. Wonderful. Well, there is one threat, and that is we are flying into a training event over here. So chances are ATC might be a little bit new and might be a little bit non-accustomed to everything. So most likely everything's just going to be normal, but if ATC has a little bit of trouble, we try to help them as best as possible. Let's not try to let them run into their mistakes today. We do that on controller checks, of course, but not on their training nights, so we'll do our best to help them as good as we can. Any questions? No? Wonderful. Okay. So, let's say bye-bye to the passengers. Liebe Gäste, einen schönen guten Abend aus dem Cockpit, hier spricht Ihr Kapitän. Wir werden in den nächsten Minuten unseren Sinkflug einleiten. Wir erwarten jetzt eine Flugzeit von noch circa 30 Minuten. Das Wetter in Wien ist schön, die Temperatur jetzt noch bei 24 Grad, wenn auch langsam abkühlend, mit einem klaren Himmel. Wir bedanken uns ganz herzlich, dass Sie heute Austrian geflogen sind, wünschen Ihnen eine gute und sichere Weiterreise und hoffen, Sie bald wieder an Bord eines unserer Flugzeuge willkommen zu heißen. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening again from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. We will start our descent towards our destination soon. Remaining flight time approximately half an hour. The weather in Vienna at the moment 24 degrees and we have clear skies, even though it is slowly cooling down. I would like to thank you very much for flying Austrian this evening. Hope you have enjoyed your flight with us and wish you a nice and safe continuous journey, or if applicable, wish you a wonderful stay in Vienna. Thank you very much for your attention and we hope to see you all again soon. Alright, that is our cabin now dealt with. I tell you what, I have my iPad in front of me all the time with the chat open on it, so I might just as well take the table out, should I? And turn that light on. Obviously in the real life you would not put the iPad over here to watch anything. That's the problem with the Airbus tables. They're really nice, but if you put your iPad on there to watch a movie, it would block the view of the displays, and that is not acceptable. So you can't do it. And Scorus, I'm sorry, but if I try an Austrian accent, that's not gonna work. The Swiss one, yeah, I can do the Swiss one. I mean, grüezi, der Schweizer Akzent ist nur wirklich einfach. But I can't do the Austrian one, sorry. And Hunter Place, how long does it take? How long does MSFS take to start up for me? Yeah, around about 5 minutes as well. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less, depends a bit, but round about that, yeah. Unfortunately. Okay then, let's start our descent. Let's go down to something like flight level 170 at first here. Descent alt flight level 170 blue. And Neen, did I ever fly to Birmingham? Yeah, I did. And SB2008, do I think buying the base Phoenix A320 is worth it? Currently using the fly-by-wire, no complaints whatsoever. Yeah, most definitely worth it. As Metaleye said, it really is a difference between night and day. The fly-by-wire Airbus is a wonderful freeware tool, but you will be blown away by the possibilities the Phoenix has. It's really a whole different level. And that is not to say anything bad about fly-by-wire, quite the opposite. They're great guys, I met them on a lot of shows already, and they, for freeware, they've done what's probably the best freeware that's ever been released. But it's of course still freeware and not high quality, high-end payware. That's just something we have to realize. Metal Eye, Air Baltic Swiss, now I get it. A220 driver. Honestly, when that A220 comes out, I'm gonna be so happy. Just having a 5th generation aircraft. I really can't wait for it. I really can't wait. But I have a feeling that it's quite a bit off. What I'm really wondering about is the Bluebird 757. That is something that I would expect to come out anytime soon, but haven't really seen anything of it yet, just yet. So, who knows? Who knows? And Zach, are we not going to do the Arnov into Wien? Actually, you are right. Now, let me actually check something. Starting at 970, 3-degree glide, 3000. You are right, I did program the Arnov. But did those numbers match the ILS exactly so that I didn't even notice? Yeah, they do. 970, 3000, 3 degrees. It's only the minimum. And I'm not sure if we are LPV certified here, so let's take the LNAV VNAV at 864. Yeah, missed approach is the same thing. 968, right to Fisherman, climb 5000. That's also 10 miles straight, so it's exactly the same. Funny. It's really funny. I briefed it from the ILS chart, and everything was exactly the same. Shows you how different it is, huh? Not at all. And I'm on Linji. Is it airline policy to practice doing autolands once in a while? It used to be at my old airline. We needed to do one every 6 months at least. But at my new airline it is not. We do it in the simulator and that's it. The background is that flying long haul, you don't get to do too many landings anyway. So if you now have to waste some of them for doing autolands, that's not really gonna help. Let's say it that way. And Nevur, unfortunately this aircraft is not GLS able. No. Aviator cabin, yes, I will absolutely stream the iFly 737 MAX. And Philip, in my current airline it is not SOP to add anything to the minimums for the non-precision approach. In my old airline it used to be, we added 40 feet, but in my new airline it's not, so for that reason I didn't. And SB 2008, I'm not gonna take that challenge. The problem is with the Phoenix Airbus, there are some non-precision approaches that don't work correctly out of the box, so I am definitely gonna look out for the puppy. VladFX, hi, nice to see you this evening. And Stefan, have I heard any possible pilot deviations on ATC during my flights? Yeah, it does happen every now and then. But the most recent thing I heard was on a recent departure out of Canada. We just climbed through some 6,000 or 7,000 feet when we heard a guy declare a mayday. He ran out of fuel and had an engine failure. And apparently that was some Cessna, and they put it in the field. But that was intense to hear that live. That was really intense. But luckily nothing happened. Everything went fine. And VladFX, when do you turn the seatbelt signs on in the descent? Basically 15 minutes before landing or 15,000 feet, whichever is earlier. So in our case today, since we have the entire transition and stuff in, we are probably gonna do it at 15,000. And here comes the contact me from Wien Approach 134675. So, just a quick check on the ADAS.
Green arrival, 119.8, Corsair only.
Arrival 8 is not able, okay.
Confirm Corsair only.
Means Airbus Austrian 6 Papa, flight level 191, descending 170.
Austrian 6 Papa, Wien radar table identified. Expect ILS Zulu approach 129er. Descend flight level 130.
Austrian 6 Papa, descend flight level 130 and request the RMP approached.
Roger, expect so. Austrian 6 Papa, cleared Marbot 6 Mike transition. Direct Whiskey 961.
Marbot 6 Mike, Whiskey 961, Austrian 6 Papa.
Navian 571.
Okay, so we gotta change the entire arrival. Looks like they just changed the runway. So direct 9061, that's somewhere over there. So we do have plenty of time available now. Let's do open descent over here and keep that speed at 280. We have a little bit of work to do right now. So, RNAV approach 29er, is it? Yeah, looks like it. Austrian 6 Papa 290 knots or greater.
Negative speed 280 knots or greater.
280 or greater, Austrian 6 Papa. Yeah, 280 is what we have anyway.
Austrian 22 Alpha, being radar 075 into November.
Okay, so Marbot 6 Mike, insert from 9051. So what are we inserting right now? Yeah, that looks about like it. So select heading on track first. That's because we're modifying the current active routing. Here we go. Insert. And do you remember when I told you in yesterday's live stream that sometimes when you change the routing, it changes the it displaces it, like it did right now? That's exactly what I meant yesterday. This is exactly the kind of situation. So direct 961 once again. Insert. Nav. And well, we are quite low, so speed, vertical speed, minus 1000. Okay then, let's get out the new charts. So we can scrub all of those. So, arrival, Marbot 6 Mike. Where is it? Here it is, Marbot 6 Mike. Austrian 6 Papa, speed 250 knots.
Austrian 214, descent 6000 feet, QNH 1019.
Thrust idle, open descent, speed 250.
And QNH 1019, Austrian 214.
With 8 Yankee, continue clip.
So here's that one, and then we can take the RMP 29er.
With 8 Yankee, contact Wien arrival 119 destinate.
So we gotta check the entire thing now.
Scandinavian 697, speed 220 knots.
Okay, starting at 961 above 6000 and going through the entire downwind, which is all above 6000, and the 230 knot restriction over there. And then we get down to the final.
Austrian 22 Alpha, cleared Marbot 6 Mike transition, speed 250 knots.
Okay, starting at Whiskey 950 in 3000, 3-degree glide. And we do have that almost, that's 3040 in there. Okay, so it says above 3000 over here. That might potentially cause an issue with the 3-degree glide path down here. That's that is a known real-world Airbus problem. We'll have to see about it. So in case I've missed approach, straight at Whiskey 948, and then turn right to Fisherman, climbing 5000. Austrian 6 Papa, descent 7000, QNH 1019. So, flight level 70 blue, set QNH.
Austrian 304, being radar to identified, expect that at 34.
QNH 1019, cross check, passing 13,100 now.
And Austrian 304.
Okay, seatbelts on.
6 Mike transition.
Okay, so we have that stuff. We can keep the Fisherman over here. Then we have Lima Oscar Whiskey 29er that we're landing on now.
Austrian 155, contact Wien radar.
And on the approach page, minimum, we do not do the LPV here, so it's going to be 990.
And 13.
Okay, we remain in flaps full. Engine out, acceleration altitude is still 3600. Extra fuel, 10 minutes. Okay, copy active. Wonderful. Okay then, let's just plan where we are going to vacate the runway. So landing 29, off to the right. Probably Alpha 9er.
To Alpha, descent 6000 feet, QNH 1019.
And a little landing calculation here. Runway 29er, refresh, apply. What's our weight now?
901 Echo Foxtrot, descent
68. Low, full, off. Looks good. Perfect. Okay, then let's just do the briefing again with the latest numbers. And in the meantime, you can... Well, we are in open descent, that's fine. Okay, so MSA is still 3600. We've got the Marbot 6 Mike arrival now for an RMP approach runway 29er. Minimum's 990, go around straight at 10 miles, then a right hand turn, extra fuel 10 minutes.
Are you not following the transition? Turn
Okay,
right,
we have final approach guidance through the flight directors with manual thrust, config full, stop margin is still over 1500, idle reverse, auto brake medium, and we plan the second rapid exit taxiway to the right. No hotspots, nothing special, nothing non-standard here. Threats, only have the QNH blunder error, but we have already verified 1019. Any questions? No? Beautiful.
119.8, call sign only. Austrian 214, goodbye.
Okay, approach checklist.
Austrian 6 Papa, reduce speed to 220 knots.
Austrian 6 Papa, speed 220 knots.
Austrian 6 Papa, descend 6,000 feet and call arrival 119.8, call sign only.
Descend 6,000, 119.8, Austrian 6 Papa, check.
Austrian 901, Echo Foxtrot.
Vienna arrival, good evening, Austrian 214. Austrian 214, hello, speed 220. Speed 220 knots, Austrian 214.
Arrival, schönen guten Abend, Austrian 6 Papa.
This is Austrian 6 Papa. Genuine 697, speed 180 knots.
Okay, approach checklist. Well, tell you what, let's do the 10,000 foot flow first here. A little bit of work at the moment. Those last minute runway changes are always a bit annoying. But not a lot we can do about it. Cheapest primary, high accuracy, that's the important thing here. And the mode selector in norm. Beautiful. Okay, approach checklists. Barrel ref, QNH 1019er. Seatbelts on, minimum. Baron 990. Auto brake, low, engine mode selector, norm, approach checklist complete.
Descent 4,000 feet, Austrian 214.
Okay. Speed, vertical speed, minus 1000. I really don't think we need to expedite this. We're at least gonna fly until here, somewhere. Okay, wow, that was quite a lot of work here, wasn't it?
200, speed,
The next frequency 11904, we can already pre-select that as well. So, look at that. Over in Warsaw, Austrian 6 Papa descent unrestricted 4,000 feet. First I load and descent 4,000 blue. I have a feeling if he's taking us down that far, we might not fly too far out, but let's see. So, over in Poland, you had a lot of just standard lights. Over here, you have a lot of red lights. Those red lights are obstacle lights, so that's probably going to be wind turbines or something the lights. That's just incredible here, isn't it? Really incredible. There's got to be the densest population of those red lights that I've seen in a long, long time.
697, contact tower 1194, Servus. 194.
Ah well. Let's do a bit of manual flying, shall we?
Speed 200. Speed 200, Austrian 214. Captain 91 Echo Foxtrot, radius 180 knots.
And if we're on it already, might also dim those displays a bit.
Captain 214, right heading 260, clear the left Zulu, runway 29, speed 180 knots. Captain 214, right heading 260, clear the left Zulu, runway 29. Turn right heading 260 and clear ILS Zulu 29er, Austrian 214.
Vertical speed minus 1000.
Austrian 6 Papa, radius speed 200.
Speed 200, Austrian 6 Papa.
Austrian 214, continue right and heading 320 to intercept. 320, Austrian 214.
No, I told you something today. We're not gonna pick that up. And approach phase active.
Austrian 91 Echo Foxtrot, speed 160 knots until 5 miles.
160 knots until 5, Austrian 91 Echo
1000 to go. Checked.
Austrian 214, descend 3,000 feet. Descend 3000 feet, Austrian 204. Austrian 6 Papa, 10 right, heading 150 vectors for approach, descend 3000.
Austrian 6 Papa, turn right, heading 150, descent 3000. Come on, 150, here it is.
Austrian 22 Alpha, good number, descend unrestricted 4000 feet.
4,000 feet, that's clear to us.
Austrian 6 Papa, 10 right, heading 200.
Austrian 6 Papa, turn right, heading 200.
Austrian 9 Echo Foxtrot, contact
Okay,
tower,
heading 200.
123.8, Servus.
Extend center line. Out of 950, looks good. Insert. Nope, you are not supposed to do this.
6 Papa, resume on navigation, turn right, heading 3.951, clear the RMP approach, runway 29.
Austrian 9er, correction, Austrian 6 Papa, right, 951, and cleared RMP, runway 29er. Okay, this is getting too much now. Autopilot, flight director. Let's just turn into that general direction already. Of course, that instruction comes a second after I deleted the waypoint. So here we have it, 951, 6 miles, insert, and... no, not you. You. Right, 951, 950. Looks good, and the plane is flying into roughly the correct direction. Looking good to me. Okay.
214, speed 160 knots until 5 miles.
And then back to manual flights.
Speed 160 knots until 5 miles, Austrian 214.
Hold start.
Austrian 6 Papa, speed 180 knots.
Speed 180 knots, Austrian 6 Papa. Flaps 2. Speed checked. And 180 knots. Man, that was busy. But I think it was absolutely the right decision to put the automation back on there. And not to keep flying that manually. And with the entries made, now we could of course just go back to manual flight. Alt.
Tower 119.
Again, wait for the approach. Approach is armed. Approach enough, final blue.
2 Alpha, reduce speed 200.
Speed 200, that's 200.
2 Alpha, 10 right, heading 200.
Not about to do 200, that's 200.
And Finn Fabian, why do we activate one pack after the other after takeoff instead of turning them on both at the same time? That's for passenger comfort. If you do turn them on both at the same time, then you get quite a surge of pressure in the aircraft, and that can feel rather uncomfortable for the passengers.
2 Alpha, descend 3000 feet, reduce speed 180 knots.
Descend 3000 feet, speed 180 knots, descend first.
Just confirm altitude 3000.
3000.
So, a little bit of crosswind indeed, like you guys say in the chat, but just 25 knots. Easy going. The runway is still visible in front of us. I've had approaches where the runway was hidden behind the window struts here or there. Those were the interesting ones, especially in low visibility, when you gotta look to the side and search for the runway lights, while the runway is just somewhere.
Hello, this is Mark 826.
Relay Mark 826, hello, descend unrestricted 4000 feet, speed 220.
Descend 4,000 and
Final approach.
Gen 6 Papa, 160 knots until 5 miles.
160 until 5 miles, Austrian 5 Papa. If you would say that next time before we start the final descent, that would really help, because now it's hard to slow down. Okay, gear down. Otherwise that's not gonna work. And set go around altitude 5000. Really, he set it exactly the moment where we intercepted the glide slope. If he set that 10 seconds earlier, we could have reduced easily. Okay, flaps 3 and flaps full.
Austrian 6 Papa, confirm you made the reduction, you need another approach.
Oh, we can reduce Austrian 6 Papa, no problem.
Austrian 6 Papa, danke, 1194, ciao.
1194, Austrian 6 Papa, ciao.
Austrian 304, 10 right, heading 200.
Okay, let's set those lights on and call the tower. And then we reduce final now. Tower Servus, Austrian 6 Papa, RMP 29er.
Austrian 6 Papa, Tower, hello.
1,000.
Yeah, that's not 1,000 above the field yet, huh? Okay, here we go. Field elevation is 600 and a bit, isn't it? 600, yeah. So we are going stable through the gate, as we're at the gate right now. The 1,000 call came a bit early. Probably hill or something. I just wanted to make sure that we are indeed stabilized at the gate.
Austrian 6 Papa, wind 340 degrees and not runway 29 clear to land.
Runway 29 clear to land, Austrian 6 Papa. I loved how he said that. That was nice. That was really nice. Okay, the landing checklist is complete already.
Company A321, line up and wait, runway 29 behind.
Line up and wait behind landing, company,
Continue.
4.
Okay, flight director's off, but on.
Austrian 14, ground 1775, a beautiful and nice controller is waiting for you there.
Can you repeat for us?
That was nice.
121.775.
121.775, Austrian 214, bye-bye.
100. 50.
Austrian 2 Alpha Tower, intercept.
20. Retard.
Vienna, Servus, Hotel Bravo, Tango, Delta Mike, Cessna 152, overhead, Greifenstein.
Okay, spoilers, reverse green, decel. Man, there were a couple callouts missing here, that really caught me out.
Hotel Bravo Tango, Delta Mike, Wien, Tower, hello, clear temporary control zone, very close to Neuron,
manual brakes.
2500 or below, local QNH 1019, expect 29er.
Roger, that's cleared to enter the control zone via
that guy parking here.
2,000 feet, 2,500
oh, lovely. He's parking. Well, now we're stuck on the runway.
Hotel Bravo, Tango, Delta Mike.
Hotel Delta Mike, Roger, report for
It really looked to me like he was...
1 for Mike, wind 340 degrees, 9 knots, runway 29er, clear for takeoff.
Austrian 6 Papa, we're still on the runway, we can't vacate due to the preceding aircraft stopping here.
First Austrian 1 for Mike, 340 degrees, 9 knots, 29 cleared for takeoff, no delay.
Austrian 6 Papa, I say again, we are still on the runway.
Austrian 1 for Mike, Roger, cancel takeoff clearance and vacate to the right.
Cancel
That guy
takeoff and exit to the right, Austrian 1 for Mike.
Austrian 2 to Alpha, go around, climb to 5,000 feet, follow standard missed approach procedure.
And that's exactly the reason why you gotta give a taxi clearance when you vacate a runway. This is exactly the reason.
Austrian 2 to Alpha, go around, climb to 5,000 feet, follow standard missed approach procedure.
Go around 5,000 feet, Austrian 2 to Alpha.
Austrian 1 for Mike, right when able, ground 121.775.
Ground, right when able, ground on 121.0. What? Austrian 1 for Mike.
And now he doesn't hand me over to ground, so the next guy landing is gonna have exactly the same problem again. I had a similar situation to this a little bit earlier today on VATSIM already, where the same thing happened. It seems like VATSIM controllers regularly do seem to ignore aircraft that are vacating and just...
Austrian 6 Papa, ground 121.775.
121.775, Austrian 6 Papa, sorry nochmal, tschüss.
November.
So you really gotta get those aircraft off from the runway exits. Otherwise, exactly this kind of situation can happen. And now we're standing here because he's giving IFR clearances, so that's some room for improvements over there.
Okay, to Fiumicino, Irgo to Charlie departure to 980 class 5,000. Squawk 1000 and to...
And SB2008, yeah, the problem is we have to wait here. We're not allowed to enter those taxiways.
78 Papa, contact tower 1194, tschüss.
So we are basically stuck here. In the real world, they would normally tell you turn below, Austrian 6 Papa, runway vacated.
Austrian 1 for Mike, holding taxiway Mike after a takeoff.
Now we're blocked again.
Taxi to gate Foxtrot 37 via Mike, exit 7.
Taxi gate Foxtrot 37 via Mike and exit... could you say again the exit? And the first part, somebody else blocked you out, Austrian 6 Papa.
Okay, Foxtrot 37, Mike, exit 7.
Foxtrot 37, Mike and exit 7, Austrian 6 Papa.
Austrian 1 for Mike, calling taxiway Mike
can't see
after
that.
cancel takeoff clearance.
Austrian 1 for Mike, continue taxi via Mike, calling point Alpha to
Mike is to the right and then exit 7 over there. Foxtrot 37
Continue taxi
over there in the
via
back.
Mike
Okay.
to holding point Alpha 2. Austrian 1 for...
So Mike
Mike, do you need any delay to
is
cool down the
the
brake?
first one on the right hand side.
Oh no, we're good. Austrian 1.
Roger.
So I didn't quite catch what he said in the beginning when he was talking to us. I think I understood something with that was very mean, but I didn't understand. I told him to say again, he didn't. Okay. Situation over. But I really don't see what else we could have done. I mean, we couldn't vacate the runway, so yeah, what could we do? If we're stuck on the runway, then we're stuck on the runway, right? And I do have to admit to one mistake there. I should not have vacated onto that taxiway. But to be fair, I could just not see that this aircraft was standing there on the runway exit. I thought he was somewhere on the apron, but not on the exit.
We need to return to stand. We do not have enough fuel to take off.
So I should not have vacated onto that taxiway. Unfortunately, I just couldn't see it. I'm definitely going to review that one from the live stream as well, to see if I could have done something better, but at least that's my personal perception on what just happened there. Okay, after landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear off, after landing checklist complete. And just got a PM there from the tower that on his radar screen there was no runway incursion. Interesting. Is there any difference in the scenery, maybe?
Austrian 55 Foxtrot, request push and start.
Friend 5 Foxtrot, push and stand by for push, there's incoming traffic, I call you.
Roger.
Okay, so exit 7, that's over here.
Oscar 204 is going offline. Thanks for service today.
Bye-bye. Austrian 1 for Mike, take next right onto stand Echo 48.
Okay, so onto here, and then our stand is at the end of the terminal.
The Uctus 816, contact Tower 119, good night.
And well, I am definitely going to check that out directly with the controller to see if he really saw anything different than we did. But I clearly saw that whole throttle line far in front of us, and therefore it looked like I was still on the runway. Okay, so Foxtrot 37, let's go ahead and select that gate in GSX. We'll do... Oh, we did already. Excellent. We'll do any of the debriefing stuff once we're at the gate with the engines shut down. That's standard procedure. Okay, after landing checklist, radar predictive differential off. After landing checklist is complete. Perfect.
First Austrian 55 Foxtrot, push and start is approved, facing west. Blödsinn, Austrian 55 Foxtrot, bitte facing east. My mistake, 55 Foxtrot facing east, please.
So, 37 is over here. Perfect, APU is running, lights going off. That is rather close. Yeah, okay, lights are going back on.
Vienna ground, Servus. Lufthansa 1708, where you...
That was a black hole over here.
And I'm on 708, hello, radio 5.
But here we are.
When the ground, you to the mud. 826 to get the runway.
What did I call you already 5 minutes ago? 124675.
Yeah, 4 feet, okay. A little bit of power, let's do that. And here we are. Okay, so APU avail, APU bleed on, and engine masters off. Okay. Cabin crew, all doors in park. Okay then, and here we are. So now we can turn those lights back off again. Engines running down, beacon light is going off, doors are disarmed, seatbelt signs off, and the fuel pumps off. External power on. What's the temperature? 22. Yeah, I tell you what, APU off. We're gonna save that fuel. Okay, and then parking checklist, please. Park and brake our trucks. Well, we do have a ground power, so we also have chocks. Chocks in position, engines off, wing light off, fuel pumps off, parking checklist complete. And I basically just shut the airplane down almost completely already. Okay, so this is the moment where you make sure that the cockpit door is closed. And now we can think about what just happened there. Well, the first thing for me is I really want to see that holding point again. So, and this time, well, first of all, we're going to look at it in night conditions, and thereafter we're going to look at it in day conditions to see if anything looks different. So let's just turn this thing up over here. So first of all, let's look at it the way it looked like when we actually flew there. Because of course you could just look at it during daylight and then say, oh, things look entirely differently, but I want to see this again. Wait a moment. 29er is here. That was the wrong way I went to. Okay, gonna take us a little second to get there. But okay, and River Raid 82, on VATSIM, at least in Vienna, the rules are different than in the real world. The aircraft is considered clear when the blip is off the runway. Well, that might be a local rule, I can tell you that much. In real life we don't do things that way. The aircraft needs to be completely behind the line. That's basic. And we have one aircraft here in the very same situation. You see that? So that's quite good. This is the exit we took, the first rapid exit taxiway. And if we have a look at it from the pilot's perspective, of course we're missing our lights over here right now. But we do have these from this aircraft. And it looks like there's nothing here. I see one line, and that's the one over here. This is the Cat 1 line. So this is where the aircraft needs to be completely behind. Now let's view this in daylight and see if it looks any different. There is definitely no line over here. So in order to be clear of the runway, you need to have the entire airplane behind that line in the front over there. Standing somewhere over here does not clear the runway. It needs to be beyond here, beyond this line. Only then the aircraft is considered clear. I have to admit, it's been a little while since I've flown to Vienna in the real world. But I do believe in the real world they always said vacate right on mic, contact apron. Or contact ground, or whatever. So then you knew you could take the entire airplane off, turn to the right onto that taxiway, and then call the apron. That way, the situation we just had could not happen in the real world. So the entire airplane, like Pixel just asked, so the airplane is supposed to go past that and stop at the intersection. Yeah, that's the problem. The entire plane needs to be behind this. The entire plane, including the tailplane, not just the cockpit. And yeah, then you gotta stop it over here. Obviously, that is gonna block the taxiway. For that reason, in the real world, they always tell you turn left or right onto that taxiway or whatever. But they do tell you that. And Bubble Benjamin, absolutely, that's what they do at Heathrow. We just saw that yesterday. So yeah, that is how it should have been. And if that would have been the case, that would have solved the problem. Now, as mentioned, we flew to a trainee night, so I'm not gonna blame anybody over here. It was training, so that's absolutely normal. That stuff can happen, especially on an online network. If you look into what happens in the simulators if you look at what happens in the simulators during ATC training in the real world, it's exactly the same kind of stuff, so completely normal, nobody to blame here, just to be sure about that. Yeah, and that's really that. And Lucas, yeah, as you probably say, you don't think that the VATSIM controllers take that that seriously, and that's maybe the reason why had plane cancelled the takeoff so late. That's probably the case, yeah. On the other hand side though, if we do fly into training, then we do want to do things exactly like in the real world, do we? So yeah, I do think that's what's to be said about this. Now, if we review the entire situation, what would the options have been? Of course, we could have just let it go, and that would have been it. But I do really think that stuff like this can be quite helpful during training as well. I was really happy when I was a VATSIM ATC. I no longer control, but I used to. And I was really happy when this kind of stuff happened to me, because that's how you learn. You do remember these situations, and I'm pretty sure that this is not going to happen a second time. And that's learning objective fulfilled then. Okay, well, and Pablo Benjamin, I just checked Google Maps, that exit only has the Cat 1 line. Okay. So, then it was no difference between the, then at least we now know it was no difference between the scenery and what the controller had, because one thing is clear, if it would have been a scenery problem that they missed a second line, that would have been really unfortunate, because in that case the controller would actually have been right, but we would not have had any way of knowing. Now, if you're looking for something that is definitely not right, have a look at those lovely GSX passengers deboarding over here. Alright, well, I think that's really all we can say about the debriefing. In regards to myself, of course, if it would have been daylight, I would probably have seen that there was that aircraft standing and blocking that exit. Then I would just have vacated one exit later, and that would have been the situation solved. I'm gonna review the live stream later on to see if I could have been able to see that. But at least in the situation itself, I just didn't see that that aircraft was on that exit. I thought he was off the exit and I could take it to give minimum runway occupancy time, because that's obviously what you're supposed to do whenever possible. Minimize your time spent on the runway. But well, that stuff happens. Okay, cool. So, I think that's pretty much everything we can say about this. So, let's just bring this one back to real time here, shall we? We have reviewed what we wanted to see. So I think that's all that we can say about this. Well, all of that out of the way. Thank you very much for watching. I hope that we have enjoyed this live stream. I'm looking forward to see you all again on the next one. And in the meantime, be sure to like, comment and subscribe. And if you really love what I'm doing on this channel, I would appreciate a small donation through the Buy Me Coffee link in the video description below. And just for SB2008, let's end this live stream with a huge So, thank you very much everyone. And I see you all again on the next one.